people that bring it in, it's much more dangerous, it's much more risky, but that's what they're being forced to do. And the thing is, if you don't have a prescription after the 1st of October, there is a fine of up to $222,000 for bringing nicotine through customs.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the first show of 2022. We sort of got a little weird because during the holidays I did 2 morning shows. Kevin blew us off. Kevin didn't show up, but he was grocery shopping last week for like 4 hours. So I get it. At his old age, picking out which can of corn is it takes time. But howdy, and hello. It is crazy here in South Texas. It was 80 degrees this morning, and it is 40 degrees now, and it's spritzing. It's spritzing on us. So 2022's already turned out bad. But I did get my 5G booster shot 2 days ago or 3 days ago. Had a little bit of a sore arm the next day. I got the 5G injection and the flu shot in the same arm at the same time. So if I start acting kind of weird, you know what it is. No worries though. But Kevin is here. Kevin is in the backstage. I think I said enough bad things about him. So let me bring Kevin on. Hello, Kevin. You're muted, by the way.
I wasn't looking for corn. I was looking for Metamucil. Hoist the black flag. What do you mean weird? You're always freaking weird.
I know. So you may not be able to tell. I do have to do something real quick. So talk for a minute because I have to. I just realized that my virtual background is still my Christmas background, and I can't deal. So let me throw that back there. It's
So I got my band, which Logan has not seen yet, but he loves these. He loves these things. He likes to slap them around and smack them around.
Yeah. I got one here on my wrist.
I'm trying to figure out how I can keep it right here, but
I got one here nestled on top of the microphone.
I need one.
I got one here. Hey, but speaking of which, before we bring our guest on, I need to let y'all know. I need to let y'all know that where's it at? Here it is. So for our friends and the people that are listening right now, during the show and for the next for the weekend, I think it's for the weekend. There is a Son of Liberty Radio coupon code at Vape Bands for the products that we are collaborating on. So the Judy G hashtag clusterfuck vape band and the Hoist the Black Flag wristband for 30% off. But it is valid all the way through the weekend. So I am aware of very, very slow sales on the wristband, Kevin. I'm very disappointed. But 30% off might entice or motivate you to go and buy some. So the coupon code is Son of Liberty Radio. I will copy it, and I will go over here to the banners real quick. I will create a banner. And I will paste it.
Oh, look at you go.
And then, boom, this is the coupon code. It's not hard.
Look at that.
Son of Liberty Radio for 30% off at and just for the collaboration products. The vape bands for Judy G and the wristband for us. I was talking to Andrew the other day about some interesting opportunities for other things that we could slap our brand on. We haven't really gotten too specific about that. But anyway, I don't want to. I'm not a salesperson. I'm not very good at selling things. But if you notice, Kevin, again, I need to
Notice that
shield for a
blue.
moment. You see this? This is the new nicotine enhanced T-shirt.
I see that.
It's bigger, and I think slightly less. I think it's cooler looking.
It's
Cooler
correctly.
looking, huh? And it is spelled correctly. I used spell checker. I did use spell checker, but this also came.
Look at that.
The Take My Vape, Walk the Plank T-shirt.
Yep.
And the 80s inspired nicotine nerd T-shirt. You see how big I am? These T-shirts are huge.
You're closer to the screen today too.
I don't know. I haven't sat at this desk for a while, and
you're no prettier.
I need to creep backwards a little bit.
It's all right.
But yes, so
2001.
The vape bands are right here at the Vape Band shop. So that is Vape Band. Let me go over here to do banners. I'm going to create a new banner, and I'm going to paste it, and boom, that is the Vape Band address, vapeband.com/shop. 30% off. So coupon code link. Look at that. Boom. Coupon code link. And the coupon code is good through the weekend. But anyway, let's stop trying to sell crap, because the product that we do very well on this show is information.
People and information.
Yes, bringing the right people to the show to provide us with information. And one of our very good friends and one of our very first smart people that we've ever had on the show, because you're not very bright. So, one of the very first experts that we brought to you in the long list of growing experts that we've brought. But
there's a list.
The first one that sort of kept you and me and Fig in our seats and quietly attentive was Dr. Marewa Glover. Actually, it was so good, the job that she did keeping us from saying curse words and
I know
shenanigans.
We were like little church mice.
People commented about how we looked like we were attending church and didn't want to get in trouble. But anyway,
that says a lot for her, though. It doesn't say a lot for us.
That is the amount of respect
exactly
that we hold her in.
Exactly.
But anyway, how do you get the live chat on YouTube to work? You hit the live chat there's a little thing that says live chat. Tom Morowitz. I mean, you're a Kiwi. You're supposed to be pretty intelligent there. Here, I'm gonna go on screen here. Look. Let me do an inception moment before we bring Dr. Glover on so that you can see. So it's over here, but if you close it, there's a tab that says live chat. Let's see if I hide chat. Boom. Show chat.
Show chat.
I don't know. I'm sorry, Tom. It's right there. But anywho, enough shenanigans. My wife is asking me questions now. I give me 1 second here.
10. Oh goodness, I am not any prettier now. Go listen to me, Patrick, very carefully. Yes, dear, you're right, with an apostrophe. I'm sorry. Those are the things you need to know. And so Patrick says that I think last Friday, the chat for Facebook is still giving us bans or whatever they do. So keep that in mind if you're on YouTube, whatever. Huh? What? Did you tell her yes, you're?
She's like, you're live? And I'm like, yeah, it's after 9.
Stop being indignant.
Oh, man. Yeah, this is all right, here we go. This is as Judy would say, a clusterfuck. But anyway, there's Dr. Marewa Glover.
Ta-da!
Hi, Happy New Year, everybody.
Yes, ma'am, you too.
Why is my headphone only working in one ear, Kevin?
I don't know. It's not my fault. Don't blame me.
So I feel really bad because Chugga hit me up like 3 weeks ago and said, can Dr. Glover come on? We have a lot of stuff to talk about and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, because of the holidays, the first available time would be after New Year's. And then I never hit you up.
No worries.
Yesterday, I was like, somebody said, oh, I wonder who's going to be on the show. And I'm like, oh, crap. I forgot to. So it all became.
As they say in Australia, no wucking furries.
Oh, that's curse adjacent.
That's close. That's very close. I like it.
That's curse adjacent. So, how have you been, Dr. Glover? We were ships passing in the night during the scope stuff. Kevin was there, I was there, you were there, but all at different times.
That's right. That's right.
How have you been since then?
Well, it's been an exhausting 18 months since March 2020, pandemic. It's been exhausting, and not being able to basically have a break, having just working long hours, working nonstop, and to make up for the effects of, the damaging effects of the pandemic and lockdowns on productivity. It's really affected people, even in New Zealand. I mean, we're very, very lucky, of course, have had, if you want to call it that, I mean, definitely compared to other countries, we haven't had very many people get sick, let alone die. So that's great. But the negative effects of lockdown are really starting to bite, I think. Many businesses have shut down, and then there's the lockdown lard. So I was at a dinner party last week, and somebody said they'd put on 10 kilos. I said, yeah, I'd put on 2 kilos. Another person said, I'd put on 5 kilos. And it's like, so there's another epidemic that other epidemics are getting worse.
Yeah, people being locked up in the house, and it's not only inactivity. It's the depression, the buildup of that cortisol levels in your body that make you build that extra fat. I mean, I'm a fat guy, so I can talk about this. But yeah, I mean, I've seen it. I mean, lots of my patients have either gained weight or they've malnourished themselves.
Yeah, it's it's been really, really hard. Anyway, I've been having a little holiday, not really. I mean, not being at work. So I had Christmas, New Year's break. I'm on holiday today. I'm supposed to be on holiday today. I'll get back to work on Monday in 2 days. But I didn't want to miss out on catching up with you all. That's kind of, good work is good. And yeah, I mean, I just think the whole way that things are going in, tobacco control is just, I think, partly sort of been given a real boost, a real leg up by the pandemic and by the lockdown, the government response measures, which has normalized a whole lot of really authoritarian moves. So we, it was moving at a certain pace before, and there was maybe, a lot more concern about ethics, the ethics of what public health wants to do. But now what they are talking about is, well, we locked everyone away. We stopped them going out. We need to do the same thing to prevent climate change, to prevent people from smoking tobacco, to, they're talking about, measures they can do to reduce people's consumption of alcohol and different foods. So I think in this next decade, we're going to see some pretty incredible authoritarian, unethical moves in public health across all of the issues. You're all supposed to be a certain weight and cycle and walk and not use your car, all sorts of things. It's going to get pretty horrendous for people who do not like to be told how to live their life and what to say. And also the attack on free speech has just got really out of hand as well. So it's kind of frightening. I find it quite frightening. And also New Zealand is going through, we're always a little bit behind what's happening overseas, but we are now really seeing this split in the country, this division that you've had for a while with your elections, Brexit, the UK had, and many other countries have also had this polarization, political polarization to left and right, and it just gets further and further apart from each other. We're now seeing that in New Zealand as well. And it breaks up families, friends, and there are effects on society. So don't believe our Prime Minister when you see her talking at things overseas about be kind and, we should all be living without bullying and being able to be who you are. And, that's just crap. That's crap. That's not what's happening here. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'll share a tweet from yesterday to illustrate some of what Mara was talking about here. So this person, CFC Kevin, tweeted, me and my 6 kids speak for all Americans when I say we want a hard lockdown plus a tax on the unvaccinated before it affects us. And I just replied, hey, I'm vaccinated and you don't speak for me. Drawing lines is how we divide a country. What other groups of people different than you do you want to put in a corner? Black, gay, Muslim, neurodiverse, poor, homeless? Where do you stop drawing the lines? We have been here in the States a very divided country for 6 years. Ever since Trump was elected, there were people during the Obama presidency that kept saying not my president. So I get it. It was even starting then, but it just, it's just a clear straight line across 50% of the country. It's like 49% and 41% or 49.5% to, whatever. But it is such a clear delineation. And they, it's okay for them to draw those lines because they're in the right. I'm right and you're wrong. So
you people,
they're going to draw those lines. But what's sad is that I tweeted. That this is a response to a tweet by the President of the United States that has 14,000 comments on it, and only 2 people liked that tweet.
I think what we have to remember is that it's very deliberate. It's a deliberate political strategy to divide and rule. And we, the way to resist it is obviously like what you did, but it's also to don't let them break up your family and your friendships. I mean, you can't. You've got no control over what other people say and believe and think. So, yeah, I'm reading a very old book about propaganda. Basically, what propaganda is. It was the nephew of Freud. Yeah, and it's really Mockingjay, Matrix, all of those movies we watched. It's all being able to be used, but it's all quite deliberate, and it works to secure votes for one side, and the system needs people to kick. They need people that they can tax. They need people that, the whole thing about, everyone should be equal, and, like you shouldn't have rich and you shouldn't have poor. And I'm always saying, like, who's going to clean the toilets?
I saw a tweet the other day. These people on Twitter always complain about, Jeff Bezos has too much money. All these billionaires have too much money, and it's usually the billionaires that stand up for themselves that are criticized for having too much wealth. But the billionaires like Michael Bloomberg, you never see anyone criticizing him for having billions of dollars.
Yeah.
You never see anyone criticize Steve Jobs or the guys that are, because he passed away, but the other billionaires that are in charge of Apple, or the billionaires that are in charge of Microsoft. You never hear anybody say, Bill Gates has more money than God. That's too much money.
In New Zealand, it's the mum and pop investors who have, they've got their home, they maybe own that freehold, and how dare they? And then they've got like a couple of rental properties. It's them that are being attacked. They're demonizing landlords, they're demonizing business owners and entrepreneurs, basically upper middle class, not billionaires, not, or CEOs of huge companies. Or what about the politicians? Our prime minister is one of the most highly paid prime ministers or leaders of a country in the world. And this is New Zealand. It's like, my gosh. And public servants.
How much tax percentage of your income goes to taxes?
It's a sliding scale. Like the more you earn, the more they take. It's not as bad as, say, Germany, but I think the highest brackets up around, like, actually, I don't know. It's up to 30. It used to be like 33%, but because it's like on this amount, it's this amount, and then it goes up, and then it goes up.
So you have, I mean, it's similar to ours, because I pay about 35% of my income in taxes. And then at the end of the year, they still say I owe them more, because we have to file income tax, even though they know how much money I made. They get, all the paperwork is done. They have everything, and they still make me do all of my own calculations and decide whether or not I owe them more money, which I always do. At least since Bush was president. Since I got married. Because we get penalized. If we're single, the tax rate is different than if my wife and I just shacked up and lived together and didn't get married, we'd both be getting refunds.
What would the neighbors think?
Well, then, you just drive a welfare system, or you drive families apart again. I mean, that, as an Indigenous person, one of the first things they do when they colonize, or when a colonizer goes in to take over a country and control everybody, is divide and rule. You've got to break down the family structure, and break, and attack their belief systems, their religions, and ban it. I mean, that's what they did here. They banned Māori healing practices. They passed a law, the Tohunga Suppression Act, so our healers, and they banned that in 1904. So that's the sort of thing that happens, and I just see it's still happening. It's different language, but it's the same political strategies. So we have to stay connected as much as we can, and with our communities, with our neighbours, and just do our best to, regardless of whether they're vaccinated or not, regardless of whether they vape or not, regardless of whether they're gay or not. It's the other thing I find shocking is I don't know, you guys, I don't know if I should even say this, if I should come out. I actually half my life I lived as a lesbian. Then I'm now with anyway, won't go into my sexuality, but I don't consider myself heterosexual, let's say. I do have a male partner, of course, husband and child, but what I find really hard, coming from a sort of staunch feminist background, and even politically left background, and radical protester background, lesbian background, is that it's them now that are leading the very authoritarian stuff that we used to protest against. They're now in power, and they are what they're pushing for with, through free speech and everything like that. It's like, hang on a minute, that's what we were fighting against. We were fighting to be able to be whatever sexuality we wanted to be, but now these people who are, who were put up as the enemy back then, now it's like revenge time, And I don't agree with it. I don't agree with bullying and violence, and we somehow have to stay connected, but with the abuse and the bullying, it's just normalized.
Well, now it's and I don't want to get too deep into this, but it's evil if you're a man.
Yeah.
So I mean, in pop culture, you don't see movies, you don't see movie characters like John Wayne portrayed when he, in the 60s, and like a manly man, like a role model for young boys to look up to. You don't see that anymore. Everything, you brought up The Matrix. I watched the Matrix movie, the new one, and they basically like erased half, instead of it being that he was the white savior sort of thing, they had to say, oh no, it wasn't him. It was him and her together, which is great. That is the model of a family, right? That's the traditional Christian model of a family. But then they had to make it worse by saying she was the strongest of the two.
Don't give it away. People might not have seen the movie. It's still The Matrix. It's still great. And I
actually felt like there was some the special effects about halfway through the movie. Like, I'm a science fiction nerd. The special effects about halfway through the movie sort of like dropped off. It's like they had these really amazing artists do the first half of the movie, and then like they quit or something and brought in like teenagers to finish it. I noticed a lot of like a big decline in the quality of the special effects about halfway through the movie.
And have you seen Don't Look Up yet?
I did see Don't Look Up, and it has it's a great movie, especially if you're looking at like the arguments that we're making about people ignoring science, and we're screaming and people are ignoring us, and that amazing, again, it's on the commercial, so I'm not ruining it for everybody, but where Leonardo DiCaprio is driving down the street and he looks out the window and he sees the comet in the sky, and he stops and starts looking up, and everybody's like, huh? He's like, hey, we told you it's there, I was like, yes, that's what we've been screaming for 10 years.
Yeah, I thought it was a really great analogy.
I actually am, since I love my country, I am sort of upset about the fact that they make like everybody else in the world is caring, intelligent, empathic, willing to work together, and America is the only, like they make America look stupid. Like America,
but it's not true. It's not true. That I think the whole globalization thing, we have the same political strategies being employed in all of the colonies, like the British colonies, the European colonies. And then when you watch Twitter and internationally, and we communicate, it's really amazing to see how the similar strategies being employed. Just the same in tobacco control and public health. It's like a manual is handed down to whichever country. This is how to do it. And it's how, when I saw the Philippines draft vaping regulation and our draft vaping regulation, I'm like, hang on a minute, there's too much similarity here. This is being supplied as a template.
Now, I actually have to call Bruni out.
Uh-oh.
So Bruni says women rule better than men. That's why men used to go out to hunt while women looked after the community and left behind. I'm going to call you out on that, because I can point to women that lead countries all over the world, and about half of them suck. So I would say that 50% of the men suck and 50% of the women suck. I don't think gender or sex, whatever sex organs you have, decide whether or not you will be a good leader or not.
I
Or a
agree.
good human. You're a good
I
human.
think that we are both equally as good and equally as bad in that position.
I think what we have to look at is not gender, but power. And, power corrupts, absolutely. So it doesn't matter whether someone is, a heterosexual male or a heterosexual female or a gay or a lesbian or a trans. Everybody, something snaps in people's heads when they're in power, and they abuse it. So that's what we have to look at. We need to move beyond gender. We're different. We don't have to all be the same.
Humans.
Yep.
And obviously having people that are boys and people that are girls are important, because we got to preserve the species. But that doesn't make you a good person or a bad person. See, that's instead of focusing on what plumbing they have, we should look at what type of person they are.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that should be the yardstick with which people are measured, not what color their hair is, not who they sleep with, not what plumbing they have, not what color their skin is. How good of a person are they?
Yeah,
That's all that matters.
their values and integrity. Yeah, I agree. But it's a tool to divide us, all of those things, stereotypes.
So, Kevin's an old white man. And I'm a less old white man, and you're a Maori woman,
young,
and we
just
are
as well you left the old off that.
We are
Did
all
you
good
just say
people.
old?
No, I
Better
did not
not
call
have.
you old.
No.
I am not stupid. So, what's going on in New Zealand?
Oh gosh. So it's been well. First off, the really, really great news. The Ministry of Health survey data came out in early December, and I've sent you a graph, if you can show that one, of the smoking rates coming down and vaping rates going up. Have you got that one? Or
I've got them all open. I just need to. Oh, is that the
there's
15
one,
to 17-year-old? Or is
no, the one where there's two lines of smoking coming down and vaping coming up. It's in blue and brown color.
Is it a line graph?
Yep,
I got it.
Okay, so
excuse me.
So this one shows very clearly. Now, of course, it's not causal. I'm not saying one causes the other. We can't do that. This is a cross-sectional, survey. But look at that. These two lines, the light bluey grey aqua ones, we have total current smoking is the top one, and daily smoking is the darker blue one. Now, I've included both of those because daily, in New Zealand, we have, it looks like it's about 2% of the population do not smoke daily. But they still smoke every week. At least, they smoke regularly. So there's lots of reasons why people might not smoke daily. They can't afford to. Our teachers, the educational settings, the whole campus is smoke free. And I did a survey with teachers, and this is where I learned that there are a whole lot of people. And if we're talking later about nicotine dependency, I learned some interesting things from the teachers. So there are a whole lot of teachers who do not smoke. Like Monday morning, they might binge smoke, and then they do not smoke again until Friday. So during the week, they don't smoke because they are teaching. And other teachers binge at night. So they'll binge at night. In the morning, they'll have 1, 2, 3, and they'll go to school, and they will not smoke all day because they're at school. But come 3 o'clock after school and at nighttime, that's when they smoke. So anyway, I include current smoking because to me, that's a truer picture of how many people are dependent on smoking and regularly smoking. And now New Zealand used to just report the current smoking rate, but it's now reporting the daily rate because that's lower, and then you're going to show greater success. Australia usually only reports on the daily rate because, again, it looks like you're doing better. But there you can see this nice slope down, and it's starting to increase how fast it's going. And then look at that vaping, and I've got your daily vaping at the bottom. It's lower than monthly vaping. And you all know why people don't vape daily. You all know that. I don't have to go into that here. But I put both of those because those people who are monthly vaping, as we know, they may be in transition. So they're still smoking and only vaping occasionally, but they may transition to daily vaping, or they may be trying to transition off vaping altogether. So in terms of dependency, I would look at both of those. But look at that. I mean, not saying it's causation, but this is the exact same picture we see when we look at Norway. Recently, Carl Lund presented at e-cigarette summit in London, or virtually, and he had almost the same kind of picture where you see smoking coming down and snus going up. And he called it a perfect reverse association or something like that, which I put in my filter article recently, my Filter magazine article. So what I was really happy to see was this reduction here and at this pattern. It proves what we've been saying all along, that vaping displaces smoking. So can you bring up the one which is smoking prevalence by quintile? So you'll see that's right. This one is very, very important if we look at the policies that are now being proposed. Now that previous one, okay, vaping's working. Look at the smoking coming down. So then why do they then propose another law change? We just had 2 law changes, and now they're proposing another law change that they're really going now for, okay, it's coming down. Now's the time to put the pressure on. Get your hammers out. Bash, bash, bash. And the people here, this is very important to understand. The 5 are the lowest income. So you split the population into what is that? Quintiles, so 20% by 20%. So 20% of the population in the lowest income, 4 is the next 20%. And at the other end at 1, that's your 20% who are the richest, highest income group. Now, their smoking prevalence is already at 5% or below. Look at that. Mm-hmm. And so are the next 20% of the high income, middle, upper class, blah, blah.
So the top 40% of the income earners, that's usually an educational measure as well.
education, but money buys you resources. You can get counseling, you can do other things, you can go to the gym, you can afford to deal with or to cope with life. I mean, one, they're going to have, maybe they have less stress, but you can afford to cope. You have other coping mechanisms, and you can afford to pay for them.
They're not food insecure.
No, they're not food insecure. And then at the other end, you know, as one of our participants in our Voices of the 5% study said, you know, other women go and have their nails done, or they go for a massage. She's got 4 kids, 2 of them have got autism. You know, she says, I go outside and have a cigarette. You know, she's only got that 10 minutes, and it doesn't cost very much. So these people at that end, the 4 and 5, the 40% at the lowest, they will be most affected by the policies that are going to be introduced. Now, of course, the other one that everybody asks about is, what about youth vaping and youth smoking? What's happening there? And I've given you a graph to show you what's happened with that one. So youth should be, Now, we had the whole panic, you know, youth vaping epidemic, panic, fear-mongering thing happen here as well. And there you can see, now current vaping, this is vaping at least once a month. So it might be someone, and this is 15 to 17-year-olds, so it's somebody who just tried somebody's vaping, right? They're not regular, and then you can see it definitely went up. There was a lot of experimentation, but look at smoking. Why aren't they looking at smoking? This is the same story in the US, right? There's all this fear-mongering and panic about youth who are trying vaping. And why wouldn't you try it when the FDA goes and puts a poster on the back of every toilet door in every school in your country, or at least every secondary and higher school, warning them to go against vaping, and they might not have even heard about it. So they raise the curiosity so high. Plus, you've got, I haven't given you the graph showing how many adults in New Zealand. Oh, almost. This is anyway, stick to that one. So smoking rates are down among 15 to 17-year-olds. Now, this should have been the news. This should have been all over the news. Smoking down to 1.4%. 1.4%. That's just like amazing. And again, we cannot say that vaping caused that, but look at this clear association there. I've got lots of other graphs. I've been analyzing the data, and what we actually see with vaping among this group, this youth group, the ever vaped. I've done another one, but I haven't given you that. Bore you with 1,000 slides of graphs, but that peak is now coming down. And this is also a pattern that we're seeing in other countries. The fad is over, and the vaping, the curiosities, you know, it's over. It's coming down. It's peaked.
But see, they don't care, because if in their mind, and they won't answer this question, but I've asked this question: how many? What is the threshold? What is the acceptable threshold? When will you stop pushing a youth vaping epidemic, when the numbers are so low that you'll stop threatening the products for adult users? Like, you know, how many adults have to die to protect that 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000 kids that's going to try vaping?
Yeah.
They won't answer that question.
No. Well, and of course, this is why you're wearing the T-shirt you're wearing, because they've now conflating the risk of smoking with nicotine. And it's now a war on nicotine rather than a war on smoking. It should stay being on smoking, because, and so New Zealand's data now adds to the international data. We have Norway, we have Sweden, even the US data in the UK. We have Japan, we have Korea, where you see this clear drop-off in smoking tobacco, which is the harmful, high-risk activity, being displaced by either these alternative products, vaping, heat not burn in Japan and Korea, snus, and oral nicotine products in Norway and Sweden. And so public health, and it's because of this, divide it up, reduce it down, deal with just one thing in isolation, don't look at the holistic picture. So can we look at, I sent you another bar graph, which is Māori. There's one for Māori men and one for Māori women, smoking and vaping. I just want to show you what's happening here again. So the blue is daily, very high, was very high. But if you look at this reduction, Māori men are down to 20%. This is what I've worked for 30 years to get this. And it just floated along, going, down and up. It was not a significant change, and now we're getting significant change. The grey is the current smoking, and then I've put, the green is daily vaping, and then at the top is monthly vaping. What I really want is to put the monthly vaping next to the current smoking. Somewhere in there, we could draw a circle over the middle. How many of those current people who are currently smoking are also vaping?
Yeah, you need to do a Venn diagram.
Yeah, we need to see how many are in both groups. How many people who smoke are also vaping. So that only ones, we don't even know if some of those daily people, the people who are daily smoking, are also daily vaping. The Ministry of Health have not put that data out. So we have no way of saying, yes, but this many people are in transition.
Survey time.
Yeah.
Well, they've got the data. They've got the data.
They just won't let you have it.
They're not putting it out. So we can say, so that this graph represents more than 100% of the people, and we don't know that either. So this is not 100%. This is like 100 and something. And there's a big crossover there. We don't know how big that is. So that's Māori men. And then if we look at Māori women, daily, look at this drop in Māori women smoking from just over 40% down to 20. We're almost at 23.7 there.
So smoking was higher in women than men?
Yes, that's a pattern among Indigenous people in the colonies, Australia, New Zealand, the States, Canada. That's the same pattern. And that's because smoking was introduced to men and women at the same time. And in Europe, women didn't take up smoking until the 1920s and 30s. But when the English and the Europeans colonized a country, they were using tobacco as an item of trade, and they wanted as many of those adults and children smoking or using alcohol as possible, so they can get more fur or more whatever they were trading for. So whereas their own women at home in the UK and in Europe didn't smoke because it was mainly a male thing, when they went and colonized other countries, they pushed it on everybody. So we have 150, how many years since 1840, the early 1800s, Māori women have been smoking. That's why we have the highest rate of lung cancer in the world for women anywhere, because of that long history and very high rates. This is why we have such high rates, because both parents have been smoking for decades, for a century or more. But anyway, it's coming down. I was so happy to see this. And then you look at that in 2020, actually that's supposed to be 2021, the number of Māori women vaping. So vaping is much higher proportionately among our Māori population. And I've worked damn hard since 2015 and attending the Global Forum on Nicotine in Poland. I came back, I hit the streets, I hit the media, I went to see the Ministry of Health, I went to see the minister, I gave talks all around the country, you know, trying to push vaping, and it's starting. And this is why, you know, the hard work I did, and it wasn't just me alone, but I was the only Māori doing it. And it really is now starting to pay off. You know, I mean, I've paid a huge cost, as you know, in terms of exile and blacklisting and abuse and defamation from the prohibitionists, but I don't care. Look at that. You know, it worked, and that's lives being saved there. And that's also all of the babies we had. You know, 60% of our Māori women smoking while pregnant was the biggest problem for me. I worked so hard on, and so I'm really, really pleased about that. There's another graph that shows that Māori women, they don't stay vaping, so they seem to be switching to vaping and then coming off. So they're coming off vaping much faster. And then, you know, we could go into a whole lot about.
Well, that means that nicotine is not nearly as addictive as everybody says it is.
That's
What?
just what I was going to say about dependency. You know, dependency, there's a lot of research on this. Some research says there's dependency on smoking is not any different between biological males and biological females, and some says it is. So, but there's all sort of other things that could account for that, like the woman I mentioned, the
socioeconomic stressors, all sorts of
roles, you know, unemployment, and all of that could also account for. So, you know, people use drugs and alcohol and smoking, not always, but often it's a coping mechanism. Sometimes it's just simply a recreational fun thing to do. And, you know, it could be, unfortunately for Māori women, we are at the bottom, obviously not me. You know, I got to be a professor and can earn, you know, not everyone, we're diverse, but unfortunately we have a larger proportion of Māori women among the unemployed. 60%, it's just over 62% of the women in prison in New Zealand are Māori. So there's quite a lot of institutional racism, quite a lot of unemployment, and they're overrepresented among those lower, you know, quintiles, the poorest groups. So we still have some major sort of problems in terms of racial profiling of Māori, and, you know, and we see regular articles in the news of a Māori girl or a Māori woman that's been into a shop and the security follow them around and things like that. But that's another issue. It shows up, of course, in smoking, alcohol, mental health, and in prison as well. So we've got a long way to go. But this is fabulous to bring smoking down, and now at a much faster rate. And I can only hope that that continues. But instead of like backing the horse that's winning, the prohibitionists are taking, especially COVID, the government response to COVID, having a left-leaning government in power, and they're going for it. They're going for prohibition. So I don't know if you want me to explain what's going to be happening here.
Yeah.
So this year, so they're proposing to push through all of many laws are being pushed through because the left-leaning government in power has a majority. And under the COVID, they have pushed a lot of things through under urgency, which means they can cut the process, don't have to, and then also just, you know, like Chugga knows, you can do your submission. You can say, yes, I want to present to the select committee hearing of politicians who are considering a law change, but they are not listening. if you smoke, then they're saying that you're a Article 5.3, you are a tobacco company investment. So yeah, they just, no, we don't listen to you. They're just not listening. They're only listening to the ones that support what they want. They pushed. It was just like the whole wish list. You take the worst prohibitionists, teetotalers, and tobacco control, put them in a room, and what they ultimately want is to just outright ban tobacco altogether and all nicotine products. Okay, the current laws, the investment trade laws, the trade agreements that New Zealand has entered into with other countries prevent an outright ban. You can't say we're going to ban it, because then what if another country wanted to import and sell their robots that help people, live better with cancer or something? What if they wanted to come here and set up a factory and make something and sell it? Oh no, that's not a safe country. If they're just going to ban it, they might turn around and go, no, we're going to ban that. So the investment laws protect international investors. They can't just ban it. So what tobacco controllers come up with is just take the nicotine out. Just take the nicotine out. And then, it's like, okay, yeah, you can bring your car here, but you're not allowed to have wheels. It's like when I was living in Australia, and New Zealand butter is superior. Sorry, Brini, but it really is. New Zealand butter. I really was like, New Zealand butter, I missed it. And I thought, why don't I import New Zealand butter and sell it in Australia? And I couldn't unless I put pink colouring in it, pink food colouring. So there's lots of investment and trade laws. And, there's lots of laws around, no, you can't bring your apples to, Australia can't bring their apples here, and all of this international stuff, lots of stuff like that. So, yeah, it's like saying, well, yeah, you can sell your car, but you can't have wheels. And there'll be lots of other analogies you could come up with. You basically take away the functional part of it, and that's what I call them denics, the denicotinized cigarettes. The scientific community are calling them very low nicotine cigarettes. That's a misnomer. The very low is just to mislead people, and that's what I really, really don't like, the dishonesty, misleading the public. Why don't you tell them what you're doing? And so if you got my cartoon there about the denicotinized cigarettes, so I just don't seem to be able to, it's like, how do I get this across what they're actually talking about? Because they're saying, if you listen to all the propaganda, it's like, oh yeah, no, we're just going to make it so it's below the addictive level. So we take the nicotine down to below an addictive level, so that if a young person does try a cigarette, and they're totally not allowed to, it won't addict them, right? It's not going to be dependency forming. And it's also going to help people quit, because it's not going to work anymore. So this is the amount of nicotine that the nicotine cap, about nicotine caps, because they also, that's being applied to vaping products all around the world. So the nicotine cap in smoked tobacco is going to be 0.05 milligrams per gram. Now, this picture, what it's got here, you'd have to smoke 20 cigarettes, 20 current average, today cigarettes, to get the same amount of nicotine as one of these very low nicotine cigarettes at 0.05%. They're not telling the public that. And if you listen to even the harm reduction sector that we're in, that we communicate with all the time, they're all going on about, everyone goes on about, oh, but people are just going to smoke more and they're going to, that's going to do more harm. But let's look at this. Who can afford to sit down and smoke 20 cigarettes? It's so low. They may as well have been taking it out. Oh, yeah. And I did this really bad faux pas. You're going to laugh if you know about it. But because you age, you might not know about it, Kevin. I didn't know about this. But I was interviewed on national radio in New Zealand. And I said that smoking one of these very low nicotine cigarettes, so I was explaining about this policy, and I said, you may as well suck on an eggplant.
Ta-da!
And I think it was my daughter or somebody pointed out the eggplant emoji and explained it to me.
I knew what you were going to go after.
I didn't know. And I was on national radio, and I said, you may as well suck an eggplant. Oh, my gosh.
Tomato. Just use tomato from now on.
I know. I won't use eggplant again, but I thought that was so funny. And the reporter, there was just this sort of silence, Right. I don't know if maybe she knew, or maybe they all are trained. Don't ever say anything about eggplants. Anyway, I'm not going to explain that one. I thought it was hilarious, though.
So I had a conversation on Twitter with because FDA made their announcement about the 21st century products.
22nd century. 22nd
century. Okay. And every time I've ever interacted on any tweets about these products, the only people that are responding are either people that if you click on their bio, they're in the financial services industry. These are essentially investors, like people pushing these products. So, this is the FDA announcement, blah, blah, blah. They're getting their MRTP. And I said a combustible cigarette with all the same carcinogens and respiratory poisons, but with the least harmful constituent reduced. Nicotine is not what kills people. Shouldn't a modified risk product reduce the harmful stuff? I think you should review what risk means. So this guy, Rev Mo, responded. They studied this for a decade, and all the tests shows this product to be very useful for people trying to quit smoking. We need this, blah, 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 blah. So I click on this dude. He has 5 followers. He's only been on Twitter since December of 21. This is
I'm just here for the investments.
This is a bot account, right? So I said that's not.
Yeah, there's actually a lot. I've been attacked by a couple who have only just joined in December 21. So
right.
And they've got no followers. There's a whole campaign. And I think I just saw a new scientific journal article was published, and it said something about this is how to fight back against the vapors, on social media. But anyway, that's another topic.
A sock puppet. This is either somebody who is on Twitter already and they created an alias. So I said that's not an accurate assessment of the available science. Most of the evidence pointing to VLNs being beneficial were funded by the company that produces them. There are quite a few studies funded by neutral resources that show most participants augment their VLNs with regular smokes. And there's quite a lot of that science. So, participants smoke the free VLNs, which are counted in the study, blah, blah, blah. And I said, he responded back, I'm happy to take a look at your research, blah, blah, blah. And then he starts quoting dollar amounts and who's paid for the studies and yada, yada, yada. So I did a couple Google searches, and I then he starts telling me that the Google search isn't what so then I start like showing him biomarker analysis demonstrates a high degree of non-compliance with smoking VLNs, blah, blah, blah. And then finally he just got like pissy. He's like, I'm not talking to you anymore.
Yeah.
Like if I scroll down here, he's like, he's arguing with me about what I sent him. And then he says, I got better things to do, and he disappears.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
So why? So first things first. If somebody wants to use a very low nicotine cigarette or a D-nic, as I called them, to help them quit smoking, it absolutely can be used to help people stop smoking if that's what they want. The problem is these cigarettes have been around for a long time. Many companies have made them and put them onto the market. There are several companies that make very low nicotine cigarettes. They fail at market. People try them and then they're like, well, it just doesn't work. So they fail at market. Just stay with me on this one. All right. So they're going to fail at market. Tobacco control believes, with all the research that has been done, that if you take the nicotine out, the cigarette isn't going to work. You've taken away the value proposition. You've taken away, hi, Samrat, and Jeffrey and Shannon, you've taken away why people, what people are trying to get out of it. The product would fail, so they're going to go back to smoking or, they might move to vaping. So tobacco control take a utilitarian approach, which is let's just try to get a majority, or let's focus on a majority are going to quit, or a majority will quit. If this is all we gave them, they will quit. Oh, that other lot, oh, well, they're just collateral damage. The majority quit, so let's just focus on that. I do not support a utilitarian approach. We need to think about everybody that's going to be hurt by a policy. But anyway, so what we do know is that many people will quit because it's not there anymore. They don't want to go to the black market. They wanted to quit anyway. So many people will quit if that is all that is on the market. What I'm concerned about, the ones that didn't want to quit or can't, they still have the need. They still need something to cope with what's happening in their life. And then they will go to the black market. They will try to grow their own. They will try to doctor the product, let's get some 100% vaping, 100% nicotine liquid, and let's try and put it back in. I mean, you look at what people do in prison. So New Zealand has had smoke-free prisons, the total campus. So not even the staff can bring tobacco onto the prison grounds. So we've had that for a number of years. And we have some people in our Voices of the 5% study who have been in prison. And they've been really interesting to talk to about how people in prison smoke. So they're all given patches. And they go in, if they smoke when they go in, they're given patches, not given gum because they might stick it in the lock or do other things. So they're just given patches. So they get the patches and they have figured out a way to soak them or something to extract the nicotine, and then they put that into tea leaves and then they smoke that. So absolutely. So anyway, tobacco control, one, do not tell the public. First, don't tell the public what's really going to happen and what the consequences are. If you just allow the product to sell at market, which I totally support, sell it. If people can't quit any other way, maybe that will work for them. Cool. Let them give it to them even, if that's the method that might work. But what's being proposed in New Zealand and what all of the researchers in the D-nic sector want and say, and there are tweets by Jonathan Folds, if you saw his tweets, and he's actually saying it, whereas many of the others are like, shh, don't tell them. So what they realize is, to make sure the product doesn't fail at market, make it mandatory. That's all that will be on the market. That is all. You will not be able to buy cigarettes with more than 0.05 milligrams per mil. That's what New Zealand is looking at bringing in. This year, they're going to pass that law. And at some point in the future, whether it might be 2024, 2025, just across the board, there will be a cap on the amount of nicotine and tobacco products that can be sold in the country legally. Legally is the key word, of course. And then my concern, and if you work in mental health or with people with mental health, with schizophrenia, with anxiety, with depression, with bipolar disorder, with, people, these groups, some of them have 75% of them smoke. They are going, the whole population of people who smoke, how many will be left in New Zealand? 350,000, 400,000, going to go into cold turkey. Mm-hmm. Just like that. You will not be able to get nicotine from your cigarette anymore. Bang, cold turkey. So, of course, we're going to promote vaping. Of course, they're going to be encouraged to quit using patches or vaping or, whatever. The government's going to bump up smoking cessation, support. Of course, they will do all of that.
Dr. Glover, in New Zealand, the patches are what's the milligram strength of the over-the-counter patches in New Zealand?
So in New Zealand, you could go to a doctor and they'll give you the patches for free. So that's the first thing if you go to the doctor. But a lot of people don't want to bother doing that. That's going to cost. Over the counter, if you go to the chemist, there's a small charge of $5 for. So you get a box, and it's $5, I think. But that's for the script charge. It's not for the actual product. So they're free, except for the script charge. Now, there's different brands. Habitrol is one, and they have a small patch, which is 7 milligrams per. It's across this. Mm-hmm. And the Habitrol ones are a 24-hour patch. So you wear them for 24 hours, slowly releases the nicotine. Way too low to form dependency. And then the next one up is 35 milligrams. And then there's a bigger one. I can't remember what that is. So there's different brands. So some are a 12-hour, some are a 24-hour. Yeah. It's, it's a patch. It's just going to slowly release nicotine into your system, and it works. Everyone's different. Everyone has a different kind of rate of metabolism. So people could vape and stick a patch on and vape. There's lots of ways to quit smoking. Right. But there's a lot of people who don't want to stop smoking.
Here in the States, it's 21 milligrams is the highest nicotine strength of any open marketed products here. Obviously I can import like much higher from China.
Patches,
yeah,
with higher nicotine delivery.
Well, all of the science is showing that like the 42 milligram is like most successful.
I didn't know there was one.
Yeah,
but you've got to import it.
Yeah, but you can't get them here because either the manufacturers of the patches have self-imposed this, or the FDA might have. But like the Nicoderm patch is 21 milligrams. And then all of the store brands have just followed suit, or that might be a mandated level.
So why don't people? Do they just wear 2 if they need more?
Well, the studies are showing that wearing 2 does not give you the same amount as wearing 1 of a higher milligram because of the how long it takes, the time release or whatever. So
I was just talking to a GP, a doctor, a general practitioner doctor, and we got around talking about vaping and smoking cessation, and she said she gives anyone who smokes, she gives them free patches. She just hands it to them. Here's a box, you know. And I'm like, oh yeah, but some people need a lot more than what's being delivered. And she's like, I just tell them to wear two, or you know.
that's also the actual science shows that wearing two does not. It has something to do with the delivery. I mean, I'm not a. But most GPs are also, 70% of GPs think that nicotine causes cancer too. So I don't always believe everything a doctor says. but
so with the DNICs, what is being proposed is that at a certain point, at a certain date, then the whole country will just, anyone who smokes, who didn't want to quit, who doesn't want to vape because of the vaping lies, the lies about vaping or whatever, there will be no choice for them anymore. And then what our tobacco control people are saying is, it's not prohibition. It's not prohibition. They can still buy the DNICs. It's like, it is prohibition because there's the DNICs doesn't work. It's like saying, no, we're going to ban cars. You won't be allowed to drive anymore, but you can still buy a car. It just won't have wheels. It won't have an engine. You can still buy a car. That's not prohibition. And it's this lying to the public, misleading them about the fact that essentially the cigarette won't work anymore. You can go through the hand-to-mouth motions. You can inhale and exhale. It'll be like vaping without nicotine, but it's not even like vaping without nicotine because you have flavors and social, there's other things. So prohibition is coming. That's one of the prohibition strategies that New Zealand's that the government has proposed they will bring in this year. They're going to change the law. The other one is reduce the number of retailers. So at the moment, cigarettes are sold in every corner store, convenience store, supermarkets, petrol stations, a lot more places than you can get vaping products in New Zealand and in Australia, So, okay, well, let's reduce where you can buy cigarettes, which is why the vaping regulation was written the way it was, to have vape shops or specialized vape stores, licensed system. Shops have to apply to be a vape retailer. The whole reason it was structured that way was that so they could then do that to people who sell cigarettes. So in New Zealand, we have an estimated, I think it's 8,000 retail outlets where you could probably buy cigarettes now. They are not licensed. They're going to bring in a licensing system, and retailers will have to apply to sell combustible cigarette tobacco products. And then they're only going to give about 300 to 500 licenses across the whole country, from 8,000 outlets to 300 to 500 outlets in the whole country. Now, New Zealand is about the size of Japan in geographical size. We only have like 5-point-something million people, but we're spread across a country the size of Japan. Imagine that. There'll only be 300, maybe 500, outlets that will be selling combustible tobacco anymore. And then it's a sinking lid policy. So they will crunch down on it, which they're going to do with vaping once everyone switches to vaping. They'll be able to crunch down by when people apply to renew their license. No, we're only going to give 200 this year, and then it'll be 100, and then they won't give any. So it's prohibition by stealth.
This is not the total number of tobacco outlets in Texas. Texas is much larger than New Zealand, but there's 15,745 convenience stores.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's not counting because cigarettes are still sold at grocery stores, at tobacco stores, as well as Walmart, all those places. But just in Texas alone, there's 15,745 convenience stores. And those are the ones that are like probably members of the union that report there, but there's probably still even independent mom and pop convenience stores that are not even included in that number.
Yep.
And the population of Texas is somewhere around 29 million people.
Wow.
In Texas.
And a huge area, right? So
yeah, it's much larger.
So do you have, like, in New Zealand, so Auckland, where I live, we have over 1 million of the population live in Auckland. So a large, urban city.
Yeah.
And we're spread across quite a big area. But so we have a concentration of people. You have a concentration of people living in cities. And then there's all the people who live in the rural areas or, out in the country. How are they going to get cigarettes? It's going to be miles and miles away. I don't know if they will do what you've just had with the banning, being able to buy vaping products, or couriers won't deliver, that sort of thing.
Right.
We don't know if that will happen. I know that people in rural areas already, so when they go to their nearest town or city to do their grocery shopping, if they can afford it, if they can afford it, they will buy in bulk.
Yeah.
Cigarettes for the week. So
how much is a pack of cigarettes in New Zealand?
About $32 for a pack of 20 cigarettes.
$32.
So yeah, I've already translated. I think that's like 22 US.
That's
it's very high. It's very, very expensive.
I mean, you're looking at over $200 for a carton.
Exactly. So people, that it's very. So the regulatory impact statement, which is the politicians are supposed to consider when they look at changing the law, it says, some people might have to drive further, so there'll be a bigger cost for them. But it also, the reason for the law, it says they are specifically going to look in the areas where lower socioeconomic people live. The 4s and the 5 quintile people, they're going to specifically hit those very hard and reduce the number of tobacco outlets and basically make those people who can least afford to drive across town if they have a car, or what are they going to have to get on the bus with their 5 kids and bus to another suburb to be able to buy cigarettes? So we're really...
Or are they going to mail order like I used to do when cigarettes, and cigarettes, where I've never lived anywhere where cigarettes were that expensive. But when they went up to like $6 a pack in the States, I found that I could order them from Sweden for like $2 a pack. And I was importing cartons of cigarettes.
You can't do that here. The tax would be imposed at the border.
You couldn't do it then either. But if they didn't say that it was cigarettes when they brought them through, and they don't check every package, then, maybe 1 in 10 of your packages would get caught. And then eventually they put me on a list. So then they started checking every package that I was having imported.
List.
Yeah, we have very good border control. They are catching a lot of illicit tobacco coming into New Zealand now. It's definitely, the black market has grown, and I've talked with you before about my robbery robbery of tobacco research. We've definitely had an increase in the black market. So there's a lot of other things that probably will be in this proposed regulation that they're not talking about to the public at all. For example, some people grow their own. Now, when they looked at legalizing cannabis, they were going to make it that you could grow 1 or 2 plants each, or however many it was. Will they do that? Like at the moment, it used to be you could grow tobacco for your own use only, not for distribution or sale or sharing with the rest of the family. You could grow 15 kilos dry weight tobacco a year, which is actually quite a lot. We have someone in our Voices of the 5% study who grows his own, and it's enough for him. It supplies him for the whole year, and then every now and then he'll buy a packet, and that's like a special treat. But and I never heard about the change before it happened. They reduced it from 15 kilos to 5. And wow. I'm worried if they're going to bring in this raft of measures, they're going to give more money to customs, to the border control. They've already said that. I'm worried that they will outright ban growing your own, because one of the consequences of taking the nicotine, virtually taking it out of the cigarettes that you are allowing to be sold, will be the growth of grow your own and the black market. So they're also looking at how to clamp down on that to stop that happening. Will they allow tourists to bring their cigarettes with them? At the moment, you're only allowed to bring 50 grams, or I think it's 50 cigarettes, so 2 packs of 25s, or 50 grams is all you're allowed to bring in, duty-free. Any more than that, and you have to pay the tax. Will they stop that altogether, and then we won't have anybody who smokes? Well, I'm not going there. I can't smoke,
That's what I mean. When I was traveling internationally, I always bought my cigarettes in the duty-free store.
Yeah, well, that's the duty-free amount you're allowed.
Wow.
Is 50 cigarettes. Australia's worse. It's only 25 cigarettes. So,
crap. And I used to buy like 2 or 3 cartons.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you can't do that. I mean, if you want to bring it in, you have to pay the tax as if you'd bought it here. But if New Zealand has this, we have a cap on nicotine, so you're not even allowed to bring in your, over your 50 cigarettes, you're not allowed to bring in any more that has nicotine in it. You can only buy cigarettes that have virtually no nicotine in it. So, I think there's going to be a lot of stuff that's hidden in it. And then the other one that got international exposure, everyone is focusing on, and it is not the one to focus on, is the smoke-free generation one. So that's where they've said, okay, anyone born after 2004, I think it was, will never be able to buy cigarettes ever. So as you get older, so how they're going to implement that is, I think it's proposed to be 2025 or 2027. We have R18 at the moment, so our age for purchase is 18. That's going to go up every year. It will go up 19, 20, 21, 22, 50, 60, forever.
You can't smoke, you're 53.
You can't buy. You won't be able to buy.
I mean, Hawaii had proposed that they would do that. They would raise until it reached 100.
Yeah. So, but that, that one got a lot of focus. It's one of those feel good. How could anybody object to that? It's about protecting children. What is wrong with you? Don't you want to protect children? Oh, you must be an evil person if you don't support that policy. So it's they're using it because of that. But that isn't the one that's going to stop. If these policies come in, it's the DNICs that is the really fastest way to cut the number of people smoking in New Zealand. It's not the smoke-free generation one, because, okay, you're 40 and your partner's 39, you can still buy cigarettes, but your partner at 39 can't. Big deal, right? I mean, people are just, someone else will go buy them for them, and it isn't going to work.
Right.
It's the DNICs that is the absolute, the penultimate prohibition policy. And 22nd century, the tobacco company have been working, they put in their media release, they've been working with researchers in New Zealand, and they've been meeting with the government. Hang on a minute, they're a tobacco company. I'm not allowed to even, tobacco control people aren't even allowed to read my research, but they're allowed to work with a tobacco company.
The rules are for thee, not me.
Yeah, so it's, I don't have much hope that because we have a government who is in control, they can pass whatever they like. There's nothing anyone can do about it. All they can do is wait till the next election and vote them out, and then hope that whoever gets in will repeal it or reverse it. So I think, what can you do? The population, well, the truth needs to get out there, but people don't even know what the truth is anymore. Like the Truth Initiative. The people who are telling lies call themselves the Truth Organization. Yeah. It's like our Prime Minister saying, be kind. It's an upside down, topsy-turvy world, and people can be told a lie straight to their face, and along with, this is the truth. And they go, oh, okay, this is the truth. They're like these people on Twitter. They just cherry pick studies to come back at you, like I see these professors, and anyone who says blah, 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 and they go, where's your research? Here's this study. That isn't how science works. You've got to look at the body of science and what it says. So they're just sort of lording it over, like, I'm a professor. Where's your research? Here's our research.
That's right. I'm better than you.
Yeah.
My research is better than your research because I did it.
Well, you don't even have any because you're just a vapor, like they really are disrespectful and condescending, and they think they're so clever, but they're just not very nice people. Yeah. So there's three main planks to it, but there are many other hidden changes that will be brought in as well. What I really want people who vape to know is that the current vaping regulation in New Zealand is a prohibition. It's about prohibiting, eventually getting rid of all smoking and all nicotine use. So a lot of people supported it. I tried to say, don't, you've got to fight now, because look, there's a sinking lid in there.
You're
It's all
next.
structured. You're next. And they're like, oh no, we want vaping regulated. It's regulated. So this is a win. But so the analogy, do you play mini golf? You have mini golf?
Yeah. Been a while.
So well, at mini golf, there's often one of the, what do you call them? Anyway, there's one that's on two layers. So you start on the top layer, and you've got to putt your ball either down the hole or down a ramp, and the ramp bypasses the second layer. So this is the policy. We start with all the smokers on the top level, and we're going to putt them either down a go to vaping hole, or you can take the ramp and go, that's the quit altogether, down to the bottom where you get to putt your ball away and you sink it. So the policy is basically all the smokers, we're going to move them either to the next layer down, which is vaping, or down the ramp, quit altogether or quit some other way, right down to the bottom where we're going to sink you. Let's get them all to the other ones to the second layer, And then when we've got no one on the top layer, or I don't know how many, a small percentage still smoking, then we're going to put you guys on the second level down to the bottom level and sink you. It's a sinking lid. It's just like that mini golf.
Now, lots of industries are regulated, right? The government says you have to put seat belts in your car, or you have to follow these procedures when handling food. But very few, I can't think of hardly any product that the government has basically said, your product is not legal anymore. Your customers...
Drugs.
Well, yeah, I mean, those were... I don't know that there was ever commercially available cocaine, for example.
We had synthetic cannabis for a while being sold from, convenience stores and stuff.
Oh, we have that here now.
Well, New Zealand banned it, so they bought in so that's banned.
But I mean, it's usually okay. I can't think of any product that is not harmful or that is mostly harmless that is completely abolished by the government, though. I mean, you would think that they would have to justify destroying an industry in any country, except for a communist one, without any explanation. Here's, we've looked at all of the available science and we've decided that this product doesn't deserve to be part of society. But yeah, I mean, it seems like this is an instance where the government is just basically saying, I don't care if you don't have, a business anymore. We're going to completely shut down an entire industry on a whim or on a lie. I mean, we've, campaign for tobacco-free kids. It's right in the name, campaign for tobacco-free kids. But right in their new mission statement that they changed quietly in November, it says we are working for a nicotine-free future.
Mm-hmm.
Not a tobacco-free.
Yeah. The World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, they shifted from just focusing on smoking to tobacco-free, tobacco and nicotine-free world. They're definitely now moving towards shifting from, it also keeps that gravy train going, right? That whole industry, the huge industry around smoking cessation, pharmaceutical products, smoking cessation products. So it's going to keep that whole thing going. But my thing, with a more holistic sort of, if you have an indigenous or a holistic perspective, and you've got the taxes to spend, you've got to look across all of the burning issues that are doing harm, that need to be addressed, that hurt people. So this is where they start to lose me when over here we have youth suicide rates, are very, very high compared to other countries in New Zealand. So you've got to look across all the issues. You go, where are we going to spend the money? And of course, it all comes down to politics and lobbying and who's mates with who and who's got a politician who's, friend, so they can get their agenda pushed. But you really should be looking, it's like the comet. Oh my gosh, on one hand, we've got aliens coming and we've got a comet. Like, which one do we deal with first? Oh, let's not deal with them. Let's deal with the fact that, people vape. Okay, that's what we should be focused on. So, and that's the situation we have. The focus should stay on helping people who smoke, reducing their harm to them, getting them to switch to reduced alternatives, providing them with free smoking cessation support if that's what they want. But to just change gears and go, okay, we've got everyone from the top layer at mini golf down to the second layer. Let's keep on doing what we were doing, guys, and get rid of nicotine use altogether. Hang on a minute. Why don't we go solve another problem that's actually harming people a lot more? Saying a lot more just because you're not allowed to say, without a lot more. You can't just say that's actually harming people, but that's actually harming a lot of other people. A lot of people, we could deal with so many other things. But it's this reductionist look at things. What do you got there now? Yeah.
Well, this is a tweet from March 22nd of last year. I said, we need to change the narrative. Ask why people smoke instead of blaming them. Stress, depression, fear of the future drive them to smoke.
Yeah, why don't we deal with that?
Why
don't we put a lot more money into mental health?
Exactly.
And, employment, if that's the issue. We have so many people in our Voices of the 5% study, solo parents, who they're doing it tough. They're parenting 2, 3, however many kids on their own. Why don't we do more about helping people in their relationships, reducing sexual abuse against children, reducing the deaths, the violence towards children, the violence in the home? Why don't we do more about that? That there's far more harm from those than vaping. But it's that perspective.
I have to stop and say I am so glad that we don't do things like that to Dr. Glover.
You don't do things like what? Yeah.
Like that lady right there.
Well, because this was this woman, I think, is still in charge of the American Heart Association, and
I think so, yeah.
She called vaping a scary trend. And I just happened to find this very scary picture of her.
That's her.
But I have a whole series of tweets here where I'm asking why aren't people asking why?
They don't care. And Dr. Glover's already explained this. They're in control and they don't care. There's a big wall around those people, and they're in their own echo chamber too. And they go, nope, we're not. Nope, we aren't listening. They're not listening. They don't have the skills to do so. Most of.
I don't have any skills,
sucks,
and I'm aware.
Right, but they don't care.
I'm not an expert in my field or in this field.
They don't care.
But I was in that echo chamber. I know what it's like. And like, for instance, this book.
Yeah.
Velvet Glove, Iron Fist by Christopher Snowden. I knew about it, but oh gosh, I'd never read it. Oh my gosh, no, because he's like a libertarian and, and he's probably funded by the tobacco companies. I never read it. Well, I got out of the echo chamber. We use that word. No, there are definitely, cults are really bad.
Did you get Mendelssohn's book yet?
Yes, I have that too. Yes. And so I've read it. I actually learned stuff about the history of tobacco, and I learned stuff I had not been exposed to.
So
and
she's
that's
got little index cards in there. She's got a little note card hanging out.
That's all right.
Yeah. I had to look in here recently because on my tweet back to you the other day, I put a few photos. There's another photo I didn't send you before we talked today, but if you've got that tweet of mine there's another photo we've created. So you tweeted something about, I was supposed to get in touch.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. I have to open the tweet up.
Yeah. So on our Voices of the 5% website, we have a timeline. So that study, we're following people who didn't want to quit. We've been interviewing them for a year now, and we're following them right through to 2025. Yeah, that one. And then they proposed. So on the timeline, we put, okay, we're putting what's being done to people who smoke to get them to quit. And I wanted to put, okay, now they're proposing a law change. It really is prohibition by stealth, if you want to call it that. And so this woman here, I remembered Chris talking about her in here in this book, because he goes into the history of the anti-smoking movement. And she was American. I think her name's Lucy. I can't remember off the top of my head now, but that, you know, this is her. She's been dead 100 years, and she would be, you know, resurrecting herself from the grave to celebrate with these prohibitionists that are pushing what's happening here in New Zealand. She will be coming back to haunt them, but but to pat them on the back, and to, you know, she will be crying into her laced hanky. That's finally
Page Gaston.
Yes, Lucy Page Gaston. And she was American, and she was a teetotaler, and she worked to try and have alcohol and smoke, but she particularly focused on smoking. And she was the start, Christopher says, and Jacob Greer refers to it in his book as well, the start of the anti-smoking movement in America. So, you know, please check her out. But we're like 100 years on, and we have these type of people are still around. They get themselves into positions of power in universities. They become professors. They recruit people to their lobby group. They mislead people. They control the narrative. If you do not, as I've said before, sing from the same song sheet, if you question them, you will be gone. And I've seen it over the years. People get a job and they say something, and next minute they're gone. And so these people, these Lucys, still exist today, and they're still pushing the teetotaler prohibition agenda. Whatever their religion, they actually come from all different religions now, and they may not necessarily be wearing their religion on their sleeve, but that's who's pushing this agenda in New Zealand. And I'm like, it's 100 years. Times have changed. We have risk-reduced products, that we have a whole range of products that people can get nicotine in a way, just get the benefits, and not the nasties. You know, we always talked about it's the delivery device that's the problem. It's like a clean syringe versus a dirty syringe, and the cigarette's a dirty syringe. Well, we need to find a clean syringe, and then you know, and that's these risk-reduced products. They're a clean syringe for nicotine. People can get the benefits without the harm.
We had Dr. Mark Tyndall on the show a while ago, and he's from you know, drug harm reduction. That's where he got his start. And you know, when talking about how the fight for clean needle exchanges, safe injection sites, those sorts of things in Canada, but now they're everywhere. You know, not everywhere, but I mean, it's not impossible to see safe injection sites. It's not. I mean, it's basically understood that needle exchanges are good.
Yeah.
But you know, that was a fight. That was a battle, because there were people out there saying, if you offer them clean needles, that's just going to promote drug use.
Yes.
So, you know, they had their own gateway argument, you know, and we're fighting that, you know, even though we can point to study after study that shows that there is no gateway.
Nope.
there is. I mean, I
It wasn't
actually had a
good.
quote a few years ago from CDC, where a CDC, brainy person said, "We haven't been able to find it yet, but we know it's there."
You only are going to get a gateway if they close off the, if people vape, or you close that off, then
Well,
they're going to go back.
San Francisco,
Yes.
who is very, very well known for their Golden Gate,
Yes.
they created their own gateway to cigarettes by removing flavors
Exactly.
from the evaluate or from the equation,
Yeah.
and they still won't acknowledge that.
Nope.
Like you can point to, there's multiple studies now that have showed there's a direct correlation between your flavor ban and an increase in smoking across all demographics and youth as
That's
well.
right. Mm.
They
Yeah.
won't acknowledge that.
No.
Massachusetts
no.
as well.
Yeah. But
So the
anyway,
other-
speaking of innovation and all this, you said new delivery methods and new things. There's a new a new digital way to help people quit smoking.
Mm-hmm. There.
Oh.
This is innovation, right? This is
Yeah.
is what we're talking about. New methods.
Yep. So SQUIRAL, and we might, I talked about it during the scope presentations, and we're now open for people to enroll. So Chugga's part of this project as well. So what we have created is a free online course in the big topic of the day, which is dependency on smoking.
This is great.
And if you want to learn more about dependency on smoking, so module 1 is about learning about dependency on smoking. And module 2, we introduce people to the full range of ways that people could quit. Well, probably not the full range, but most of the different smoking cessation methods that exist. Oh, look at that. It's not coming up correctly on your... Thanks for showing me that. There's a bug. But anyway, we are, and thanks to some of the vapors for jumping on and trying it out, because people that are jumping on, we're piloting it at the moment. We're getting feedback from everyone who does the course on if they see any bugs or something doesn't quite work. So it's under development. It's there, but as we're getting feedback, we're trying to improve it and fix things. So anyone who wants to, take the time, now I have had some vape advocates have enrolled, and what I'm noticing is a lot of the vaping advocates know quite a lot already. I designed this course for people who don't know all of that already. So it's mainly been designed for people who, not saying people in vape shops don't know a lot already, but it's designed for people who work in vape shops. So vape shop staff and also allied health staff, like yourself, Patrick, who work in health, work with people, see people who smoke, but have not come necessarily through a medical model or any other sort of tobacco control, smoking cessation training. So it's pitched at a non-medical trained audience, and it can be done at kind of your own pace. So it's all online. And the other thing is that I use gamification. So I'm not showing you can't see it there because you have to enroll to actually do the lessons. Each module has 3 lessons, and I'm delivering the learning about the theory via a game. So in both modules, we have a game that delivers the information, if you understand what I mean. So gamification is, tried to sort of.
Are they first person shooter type games? Are they role playing games?
Yeah, no, they're not that sort. And it's been a really interesting project because gamification for education mustn't raise expectations that it's going to be like entertaining. I mean, I do want it to be much more fun than chalk and talk, PowerPoint by, death by PowerPoint type teaching. So yes, and thank you, Shannon has been helping me. And please feel free to say something about what you think so far, Shannon, of the game particularly.
Well, that I opened it in a different browser just to see if it looked differently. So that bug is only on Google Chrome.
Okay, great. Chugga might note that down for us. Thanks, Chugga. So Chrome we had a problem with. So I'm using gamification. So when you know about flight simulation, pilots go in and they go into a flight simulator to learn how to fly. Obviously, you're not going to put them in a plane straight away. There's a lot of education that goes on. But with gamification, you don't necessarily know, the learning isn't hitting you in the face. I'm not telling you what you need to know, if you understand. You learn it kind of by experiencing it, like in a flight simulation. So in Module 1, each lesson there's a game. There are 3 characters. You're basically following them, or you're moving that character along through on a journey, I suppose we could call it a journey, and things happen to them. And it basically shows you how, as somebody said to me, I didn't realize how many times someone who's heavily, dependent on smoking might have to try quitting. So there's one of the characters has light dependency on smoking, one has medium, and one has heavier dependency on smoking. And so what happens to them in the game teaches you how different that is. Then there are 3 recommended sort of readings. We also are supplying people with the code to watch You Don't Know Nicotine, and the You Don't Know, Aaron and the team have been really generous. And nice. So all of the trainees, if I call them that, get access to not just You Don't Know Nicotine, but A Billion Lives and interviews. So it's a whole educational bundle. And so that's, we're buying that and providing a code for people. That's as a recommended reading. And then I also write some of what I have to teach from my 30 years and my expertise in the topic.
You're not old enough to be 30 years in that, Amy.
Oh, that's Agreed. Nice. I'll come back on your program. So, really small, it's only 1 page or 2 page, very small readings that break it down into simple language, everyday language. It's not scientific language, and it's not this theory, that theory.
You did say something though. You said that there were 3 characters, and one was mildly dependent, one was moderately dependent, and one was seriously dependent. But nicotine is as addictive as heroin. How can that be? And there's no difference between. I had this long conversation on Twitter last week. A bunch of us actually participated in this conversation with a guy, a scientist, who did a survey, and everybody that participated was addicted. Everybody was addicted, and we tried to. I asked. I said, "Did you provide a definition of addiction and a definition of dependency to the participants before they answered your questionnaire?" And there was a very long conversation, and he basically Charles was in there. I was in there. A bunch of people were in there. And it was just like, dude, you're unwilling to even accept the widely accepted definitions of addiction and dependency.
Yeah.
And I said that most people, I mean, the word addiction has been so bastardized in the language
And
that
stretched.
people, people are like, oh, well, I'm addicted to coffee, or I'm addicted to chocolate, or and that word has lost its value because
Yes.
it doesn't define what it is to the general public. So you have to provide if you're going to survey people and you're asking them about levels of how addicted they are, then you need to provide a definition of addiction and dependency to those people so that they can answer from a position of knowledge. Otherwise, they're answering your questions from a position of uneducatedness, if that's a word.
It is now.
Yeah. It's and I have.
I just noticed that you've been using the word dependency a lot, which I love that because that's what it is. But these assholes in public health are so intellectually bankrupt that they're unwilling to even explain the difference between addiction and dependency because they know it threatens their entire
narrative
campaign. They've
weaponized the word. So they do this all the time. They take a word and again, it's about controlling the narrative. They change the meaning of the word. They say this is what that word means. So they weaponize the word. I've just sent you the PowerPoint that I've used on the scope presentation by email, and there are better shots. There's some shots of inside the game in there. And so I definitely am trying to, I've got some of that information in the recommended readings about, someone said you can probably see the glossary even from the homepage as a visitor. I'm not sure. But even the glossary, someone said, was enlightening. But the point of the game, I'm also trying to get information out to people in low middle income countries who don't have access to smoking cessation training. And so that's the 3. If you go down another one. Okay, so this is a shot inside the game, and that is one of the characters. And then you're really just, using your right arrow and you're moving the character through an environment. So lots of games are like this. So they go through various environments. Everything in the game teaches you something. Everything that happens is part of the theory.
I modeled for this.
Yeah. I didn't do that deliberately. So this is just like you roll a dice, they move along, things happen to them, and obviously there should be a discernible difference between what's happening for the person who has light dependency and the people. I also am providing as recommended reading. We have the case stories from the Voices of the 5%. That's the second game. You nearly got onto the second game in module 2. Yeah, so the Voices of the 5%, all the case stories are on the website, and we're following them through and updating them. But I also provide them as case stories for what we're teaching in the game. So this one here is giving you a little insight into the second game in module 2, where people, again, they're walking through very many environments, and you go in the bookstore. What does the bookstore have that could help you stop smoking? So there's a book for sale, Quit in a Day book. And then
I did quit in a day. in one day with this.
Yeah. Well, did you know there's a book, and you just have to read the book, and then you will miraculously stop smoking. So the character, and again, we have the same three characters. They go into a store, and the shop assistant says, yeah, I've got this for you, I've got that for you, and you find out about the relative efficacy. So this one here, the character is seeing a hypnotist, and so the hypnotist explains what they can do to help you stop smoking, and then the character might say, oh, but is there any evidence that works? So it teaches you the relative efficacy of the different methods. If
it didn't work for me.
That's something that always bothered me. I never thought to ask when I went and got a prescription for the patch. I didn't say, what are the chances that this will work to the doctor? The doctor just said, here's a prescription, go on now. He didn't say anything.
Well, our new bans are actually one of the old school methods for getting people to quit smoking was to wear a rubber band on your wrist, and every time you got the urge, you would just pull it and snap yourself in the wrist and go, ow.
That's right.
Negative reinforcement. So this is our new stop smoking aid, the Son of Liberty wristband.
Well, there's bird watching too now. So
no, we're going to talk about that. Yeah. We're going to talk about that too. I have that up here.
I haven't got that in the game. Oh my gosh, I'm out of date already. But
it's already obsolete, Doc.
Yeah. So module 2 teaches people about the different methods for quitting smoking, and talks about the relative. Doesn't talk, it just tells you. People want sound, but I was thinking of people in low middle income countries, and anyway, now I've been told, well, they can toggle it on and off if you make it optional. So we're looking at adding sound, and this is why it's so great to have people pilot it, and then let us know what they think and how it works for them, or they might find something. And I especially love to have vaping advocates like yourselves who know a lot, because you might go, hey, I don't think that's quite true, or this or that.
I think you should add the music from Super Mario in the background.
Yeah. It's
so Nintendo might get us though.
We've got to find somebody who music who can do that sort of thing for us, play the game and go, yeah, I'm going to put this sound here, that sound there. So that's another kind of thing that we can do in the development of it. And already with the feedback we're getting, we're starting to identify that maybe we're going to need another module later, or after you do this, maybe there's more people want to know, so we might have to have a more advanced sort of okay, well, you do those, and then you still want to know more, so we can do another one. That all depends on my funding and the success of this pilot. So I've got some people taking part, and we unfortunately at this stage there are there's a baseline questionnaire to assess what do you know already. I like to know things work. I'm not going to just put stuff out there without but does it actually work? But there's been a lot of work involved, and it's so great to have Chugga, who is a vapor, involved as one of the co-investigators, one of the co-developers, and she can make sure that what I'm saying about vaping is, so we've got consumers on the team, and we'll be looking at, so we've got people in Russia doing it, we've got people in Nigeria, Pakistan. So in some countries, they have no smoking cessation training. There's minimal training available. So this whole having an free online course that people can do, and I have significant expertise in the topic. So I'm coming from a harm reduction perspective as well. So not the prohibition perspective, and so that in that sense it's quite different from And this is happening. I don't know if it's happening in your countries, but in some countries, the government sort of wants vape shop staff to go and do their smoking cessation training, their approved smoking cessation training. No, not happening in your countries. I think the UK are letting or encouraging or they write it into the law. New Zealand was going to write it into the vaping regulation law, but they didn't. But how they did put it in there was you can't talk to customers about how to quit smoking unless you're approved by the Director General of the Ministry of Health, unless you've done their training.
No, I mean that almost sounds like those countries are taking it a little seriously. We want you to have some knowledge of what you're talking about, but here in the States, CDC Tobacco Free says if you want to quit smoking, just look up the sky and look at birds. I mean, this is an actual CDC developed.
It's a tweet. It's something they said.
Bird watching is a great way to de-stress and to keep your mind off nicotine cravings.
Yeah, that's just amazing.
They're essentially saying, "Hey, nicotine's not that addictive. If looking at a bird will cure your problems."
There's been straws. There's been other things, but this one I like. This one's pretty.
I mean,
stupid.
this is an actual government agency.
That's
They
right.
probably spent like a couple of $1,000 on some graphic designer to slap this thing together, or some ad agency. They probably spent millions of dollars slapping this thing together.
Pie in the sky.
Did you ever hear of the 4Ds? This is one we used to push in New Zealand and Australia, the 4Ds.
No.
No. So it was delay, drink water, do something else. What was the other D? I can't remember what the other D was. No evidence behind it at all. So, I got very concerned when I saw that they put that in the legislation that they were going to require vape shops, because they're going to be licensed, they've got to apply for a license, and then they were considering making it mandatory that vape shop staff have to do the training. Doesn't anybody ever ask, but if the training worked, why is the smoking reduction rate in your country, like let's take Australia, virtually 0.03% reduction per annum, why? And I mean, Simon Chapman, he's always been a big critic of smoking cessation, of the growth in the commercial and the government-funded smoking cessation sector. He was always like, cold turkey is the most common way. I mean, it's not very effective if you look across everybody that does it. But yeah, most people stop cold turkey, sure. But then you've got to take into account that they may have tried several different ways before. You learn something every time. Yep. But I got very concerned because the smoking cessation, that the theory underpinning the smoking cessation method they teach is outdated. It's redundant scientifically. It's and it's very ineffective, actually.
It's setting up a person who really wants to stop for failure. That's what it is.
Some people will quit, others. The problem is deep breathing. Thank you. That was the other one. Deep breathe. Yeah. Do it on the phone. Ring people up and do that while you're ringing people, just randomly, So I got very concerned because what we saw with vaping, it wasn't just that you had the new technology. Vape shops have played an enormous role, and all of you guys, vapers, I just, I was just shaking my head. Vaping would have been banned a long time ago if consumers didn't fight back. If you didn't fight back. And, there's so few scientists and people in tobacco control and public health like myself who took up the fight for vaping. And many of them actually, you're starting to see it now, many of them are actually prohibitionist. The end goal is get people on vaping and then get them to quit vaping, right? So that's becoming it's almost like even in harm reduction, in tobacco harm reduction, we could end up splitting with those that are true harm reduction theory, start with where people are at, work with, respect them, enable them with skills, but you start with them, you stay centered with them, not, well, actually, I'm here to get you to quit that as well.
Yeah.
So when they started saying they were going to require vape shop staff, because vape shops, heat not burn stores, they are helping more people quit than all of smoking cessation funded around the world has ever done. The rapid mass exodus to these other products has occurred because of the product and because of vape shop staff, heat not burn staff. And there's two different models. The vape shop model started out, it's a peer support. Now, if you work in health, like Patrick, you'll know about peer support as a therapy model or a behavior change model. It's been used for lots of things. Lots of programs have been peer support. AA, NA.
Any of the steppage programs where you have to have a sponsor, all of those are built on the same model. And obviously peer support would be having that older mentor, somebody, well, not older, but, somebody that's been in the program longer as your sponsor. That's that peer support. The highest percentage of the success rate of NRT is NRT included with counseling or some sort of peer support. That's the only way that they get to that 7 or 8% is with that.
Yeah. So
your product is only successful when it's paired with another type of therapy.
Yeah. So there's different therapy models or behavior change models. The medical model is the one underpinning most of the smoking cessation that is approved, that is pushed, that, it basically has a monopoly. Then along comes vaping and vape shops and vapors helping other people to make the change. The real difference is the power dynamic, okay? So if your peers, you're just helping a friend. You obviously you respect each other, or you respect that person as an equal person. You're not like the doctor, the person in authority with all the expertise, where the power dynamic shifts. So you've got the medical model, you've got the peer support model, you've got the retail model. So the retail, I talk about this in my predictions that I wrote for the Vaping Today predictions for 2022. And I talk about these different models. The retail model, so heat not burn stores, it's not a peer support model. It's a straight out retail model, like when you go and buy clothes. The shop assistant is there to serve you. They're there to find out what you want. Yes, they're there to sell you something, but, they're not going to bring you the skinny jeans when clearly that's not going to, you don't want the skinny jeans. Oh, no, I'm looking for something to hide this bulge. Okay, here's the skinny jeans, right? No. So heat not burn stores work on a straight out retail model. The customer retains their power to walk out or to buy. All the power stays with the customer. The peer-to-peer model is, okay, here now I'm talking with an equal, and it's up to, again, the customer to And this is why it works for some people. And then you've got your government-funded cessation services. It's based on a medical model where the trained smoking cessation person who has often never smoked themselves, and they believe themselves to be the one with the expertise, and they know what you should do. Often they're very judgmental, not all of them, but some of them are very judgmental, because what they're doing is trying to get you to make a behavior change, and to stop being, as someone said on Twitter the other day, recalcitrant, doing something bad. So it's a moral thing for them. We want to stop
social engineering.
Yeah.
Well, it's just simply like, I know what is right, and my way of life is right, and I'm going to help you. And I'm going to help you to be right because you're wrong. And it's also, so a lot of them are very condescending. They talk down to people. They don't really understand what it is to respect a person. They often don't listen, and they don't even try to understand. They're just like, this is the way to do it. Like, you got to do this, you got to do this.
Well, this is American Lung Association. They came out this week with a new one, and the
freedom.
Here, this is who is this? Jennifer Folkenroth, the American Lung Association's National Senior Director of Tobacco Control. She said most people who smoke, chew, or vape have tried to quit in the past, and she says don't get discouraged. Stop and think about what worked in the past. Think about what didn't work, and then adopt your plan for this new quit attempt.
Keep trying.
People who want to quit should realize they don't have to go it alone. Talking to your doctor about including cessation medication in your tobacco treatment plan can double your chances of quitting successfully. So from 3 to 6%, enrolling to a proven effective cessation program, counseling program, such as the American Lung Association's Freedom from Smoking program, can increase your chances of successfully quitting and staying tobacco free by 50%. And she also had strong words about vaping, while noting that the FDA has not found any e-cigarette to be safe and effective to help smokers quit. She says, quit, don't switch. She said, quitting means ending your addiction to nicotine for good. You can do that successfully with a tobacco treatment plan that includes both counseling plus FDA-approved cessation medication. 6%.
I want to give a nod out to David Dorn for using the word switch. He was the first person, and I thought, well, that's going to be hard to do, and now they're all doing it.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, so I was really concerned that they want to control what vape shops staff are saying. They do not want vape shop staff saying, what they want vape shop staff to say is switch to this and then cut down and then quit vaping. So it's that prohibitionist agenda. So in order to control what vape shop staff say, one, they're either going to gag you because you're recalcitrant and you won't do what you're told, you vapors. And then
damn
the
you
other
free
way,
thinkers.
Yeah, no, you can't have that. The other way is, we're going to say you have to come and do our smoking cessation training. And they believe that if they train you and they teach you the theory of addiction to nicotine, then you will understand, and then you will start saying what they tell you to say. Now, the peer vape shop model has been one of the most successful at getting people, as I said, it's been a mass exodus around the world. And I would not heat, not burn, the the heated tobacco product stores either. They are getting so many people from smoking onto a risk-reduced product as well. But none of them are working from a medical model where, you know, you want to take a pair, an equal, a vapor, and have them adopt this, I know better than you. Well, you're going to lose customers if you do that. Look, going to a cessation program can work for some people, but for many people, they do not like being condescended to. They feel, you know, like they leave, say, counseling or coaching or that, and they don't feel good. And they'll go straight out and have a cigarette because there's something was not nice about the way they were spoken to. So it all comes back to the power dynamic again. And there are many people who do not want to be condescended to. They don't want quitline ringing them, you know, incessantly. As one woman in our Voices of the 5% study said, she ended up having to give her phone to her partner because she felt like they were harassing her in the end. And another one said, yeah, they just shadow you. It's like they're just following you around and ringing all the time. It's not a therapeutic model. Therapeutic in the sense that, is this going to help people change their behavior? So, I mean, there are other models like prohibition. Well, you know, just ban it. Just don't give people the option.
You can't change people's behavior if you don't first understand why the behavior exists. Like, why are they doing that thing that you don't like? You can say, stop doing that thing I don't like. But if you don't understand why they're doing that thing that you don't like, you're never going to get them to stop.
Well, you can get people to stop. You can whip them. You can hurt, you know.
There are people like me who just learned how to be more sneaky when I got whipped.
Yeah. It might be some people who like it, you know, but no.
Well, that too.
No, it's there are different theories, but this medical model, you know, and so I don't go into, that would be a huge course to teach people what are all the different models and theories and what's wrong with them or how effective are they, and what will work. So module 1 in the course, I'm not going into the other ones. I'm just like, what will work? And so it's teaching you to understand nicotine dependency, as you said, Patrick, understanding the person and what their needs are. It's like, you know, when I worked in Women's Refuge, you know, if you're working with women who may be being beaten or their partner's violent towards them, it's not enough to just go, he's evil, he's what an asshole, you know, why don't you just leave him? Because she married the guy or she got together with the guy, there's something she loved about him. You have to address that as well. And yeah, so it is about that. But vape shops and let's say the retail model of the heat, they don't stand there trying to understand why you smoke, but it's still working. It's more about respecting, you know why you smoke. I don't need to know why you smoke. All I need to do is understand what have I got that might help you, and I'll tell you about my product. And then it's about respecting. You will know if it's going to work for you or not. Not telling people
so
this will work for you.
You know who Skip Murray is, right? You know Skip Murray?
Yeah.
Okay, so we did a show during Scope talking about neurodiversity and nicotine. And she herself didn't realize what was wrong with her until she stopped using nicotine. So, you know, there are people out there that don't understand that they're smoking because of something that's undiagnosed or something that's wrong with them. I shouldn't say wrong, something that's different with them. that they're not even aware of. So without identifying those things, nothing is going to work.
Well, people can change to something else.
Right.
So,
Unless there's nothing else available.
exactly. You know, it might be illegal or something. Hi, Adam. Yeah, so I think that it's very frustrating that smoking cessation globally has been captured by one particular theory and approach. There is evidence, you know, there's lots of evidence. It's been evaluated a lot, but it really isn't as effective as some of the other models. So my course is based on the latest theory, not those old redundant ones. But I don't go into it in a kind of a lecturing way.
Right.
As I said, we use gamification to teach that. Yeah. But anyone like watching your show, if you want to enroll, and that would help us out, because we're in the stage of getting feedback, and I'm getting some good comments.
Is there a specific type of person that you're looking for participating, or you just need as many different people as possible?
I think that I think vape advocates. Obviously the course is for people who are in the course of their life or work or day-to-day work. They are coming across people who smoke. Right. Now, vape advocates do this all the time, as you're talking about in the chat. You come across people who smoke all the time. You're helping people. Well, you know, and especially if you work in a vape shop, and this is what I talk about in my predictions for 2022, I'm starting to talk about, hey, we need to improve the customer service now. We've been at this for just over a decade. We've got people, and we know from our Voices study, we have people who are interested. So that's a big step. They get interested. They go to a store, and they're sold the wrong product for them. They're sold nicotine e-liquid that's not enough for them. And we need to...
Or a dripping atomizer with like a 0.001 coil that exactly says breeze tones on it or something like that, when they really need a higher nicotine.
Exactly. So it had already been
pod system.
Yeah, it had already been identified by others. There were a couple of other sort of courses developed for people who are selling vape products. Some of the companies have in-house training. But what I want to see now is training for vape shop staff. So if someone walks in, you know, there's a thing called churn. That's how many people who walk into the shop are you going to are going to become a customer. And then the next thing is, how many are going to keep coming back? Well, that's where quality of service, maybe, Patrick, maybe not all the time, but maybe understanding the customer a little bit better, understanding dependency on smoking a little bit better, might help you to say something or connect better. And they go, yeah, that person really understands what I'm going through. This is why the peer model has been so effective, because you do understand, because you've been through it yourself. But there are a lot of people, getting into the field who have no experience themselves.
Yeah, there is this issue with vape shops, though, where the people that are selling at the counter are talking to somebody who is a 2-pack-a-day smoker, who comes in and says, I heard vaping can help me quit smoking. And the person behind the counter doesn't remember where they started and where they are now. And they try to, instead of meeting that person where they are, they try to pull that person to where the counter person is in their journey. We all evolve, and you have to remember where you started. And that's where, usually if you're a 2-pack-a-day smoker 2 years ago or 3 years ago, or how many years ago that you started vaping, you started in a completely different place than where you are right now. Unless you're Kevin. And then,
Yeah.
Kevin
No
is very
sleep.
stagnant. He stayed exactly where he started. But
I think one of the things we've seen in the Voices study is that the nicotine cap thing, or you should reduce, that's big out there. So we have one guy, Bob, and he's down to smoking only a few little skinny rollies a day, 3 to 4 a day, and otherwise he vapes. He cannot buy higher than 18 milligram nicotine e-liquid.
right.
He's much bigger than you, Patrick, and he's been smoking since he was very young, and he did quit. He did quit for a bit. He had a brain tumor, and then he found God and became a minister and stuff. So he did quit for a bit, but through the interviews, he's revealed that even then, because the church required him to not smoke, but he was still sneaking some. He really wants to quit because his health is failing, but he can't quite get completely over to vaping. He can't buy higher than 18 milligrams. I've met so many people who vape who started on 48 milligrams or, and then have come down. And
36.
Yeah, thanks. He can't even buy higher than 18. What do? It's so.
Is it 18 milligram salt, or is it 18 milligram traditional nicotine?
Oh, that would be freebase.
Yeah.
I mean, he has 3 devices. He's got, he's got he's got 3. He's got the one he hangs around his neck, which no matter where he is, that's the nicotine salts one, a convenient pod system, and he's got. So,
but it's only 20 milligram in salts, or are you allowed to have salts?
We have Chuggo used to the other. We have 40. We have 40, 60. I think we have some 60.
So why is there a cap? Is it because of a cap, or is it that no shops will carry freebase in higher than 18?
Yeah, the shops are doing it. Why?
Yeah,
why
they did that here
shops?
too, but they actually stopped. I started at 36, and then I dropped down to 24, and then to 18, and then I vaped 18 for probably 3 years before I dropped to 12. Now I won't go any lower than 12. I am not. I tried, and it doesn't. I'm just not satisfied below 12. And I just end up vaping twice as much and not getting any of the satisfaction. But here in the States, all the vape shops in the United States all decided amongst themselves, we're not going to sell anything above 6 milligram. So then the e-liquid manufacturers stopped making stuff over 6 milligram. And only a handful of people like Troop in the Room from the Plume Room and a few other companies would sell 12 or 18. And it was usually the house brand and none of the premium companies. So when 5 Ponds came out with their synthetic nicotine program about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, they would only go to 6. And I yelled and yelled and yelled at them. And eventually they listened, and they're up to 12 now. But it's tobacco-free nicotine, so it doesn't have the throat hit. I told him, I said, this is too clean now. It doesn't give, some of us require that. Yeah. And I love him to death, but there's no throat hit. Yeah.
So I want to see a lot more effort in, going forward from here in helping, people in retail and in manufacturing. They need to understand why some of those limits are actually sabotaging people's quitting. But the other thing, of course, that we have to keep in mind is that they're commercial entities. A lot of the early people that got into the vaping industry were vapers themselves. They wanted to help people switch and to stop smoking. Now we have a much more diverse sector and some of them are potentially just in it for the money. You've got to think, well, why would I want to get, my customers? Like if you keep it below what people really need. Then they're going to vape more, so they're going to use more e-liquid, and you're going to sell more. So even though, vaping saves lives, and it's not, we do have to keep that in mind, that some people are conflicted. They have, it's a commercial entity, and that's exactly what the tobacco companies did when they created the cigarette. They created the cigarette, and it has 10 milligrams or whatever in it. That's a microdose, actually. It's microdosing. Then people will buy more sticks. Why? What if, whereas, it's like when I looked at Indigenous people's use of tobacco in history, and I found there are stories, anthropological stories of Indigenous people using tobacco in, it's like binging on alcohol. It would be like binging, where you have so much, you're going to be sick. So I think we have one guy, Chugger interviews this one guy who has some mental health, depression, and maybe some other neurodiversity issues. And he actually gets a high from tobacco. And I'd never heard that. We don't talk about how nicotine can be used at that end of the spectrum.
It is a stimulant. And some people might get a buzz out of it. I wouldn't say high. And
that's because the packaged, commercialized portion that people buy, just like the patch is a portion and the gum is apportioned. The portion that the tobacco companies worked out for their commercial reasons, make a cigarette this much, and then people will smoke more cigarettes, and you're getting price per cigarette. So, it is feasible. Some vaping product manufacturers may think the same. We have to be open to that, and we have to fight that as well. And so what I really want to see is we need to get the information. We need to empower the consumer. We need to give them the information as well, so they know what to ask. They know, they understand their own dependency. They understand, they can work out their own, like, okay, I smoke this much. This is how much nicotine I'm used to getting per day. When I go into a shop, I know that I need this much. I need a product that's going to give me this. I want to match, and then I might reduce. But at least to transition over, I want to match it. And then if I want to reduce, but there's a lot of other habits to get used to change, to get used to.
But allowing people some sort of choice in their own health is very important.
It's about, well, as I said, enable the consumer. I think with the online model, like if you're like buying clothes online and it tells you how to measure yourself, and so you order something that's actually going to fit you. Well, we have to do the same kind of thing in the vaping industry now, in the vaping sector. We need to give people the information. So instead of them going into a shop and saying, I've heard that that vaping could help me stop smoking, and they're going in like knowing nothing about the product, not much about their own level of nicotine dependency. It's time we start helping people understand that. So giving them the questions they need to ask, like you said, Kevin, you never asked about, well, how effective is this patch? What's the relative efficacy of that method versus this other method? Why should I use Cyban or nortriptyline or bupropion versus patches?
It's literally public health, present company excluded, is supposed to be the science and art of preventing disease. And I'm reading what I have. The science and art of preventing disease and prolonging life, promoting health. The important part of that is informed choices of society, organizations, public and private, communities, and individuals. And if you don't know how to help someone, you said earlier that they're requiring shops to take their cessation things. Well, if they don't work already, why would you require anybody to take them? Why don't you just let them have the patch, the gum, the Zyban, whatever it is, whatever is not banned, and those are the choices that the smoker walks in and goes, well, those I've tried, those don't work. These I've tried, these don't work. And I've said that to James Jarvis, just have patches, gums, and every other available thing that you want to have, even if they're empty. You have the option. These are the options you've come up with so far. Here's a hypnotist phone number for all I care, but give them the option. That's all. You don't. The smoker, like you said, if it's a very light smoker, like the teachers, I've got a question about that. The teacher who binges, for God's sake, if she just had a quick shot in the restroom for 30 seconds, she wouldn't binge at the end of the day, or he. And that scares me that they would do that. I remember, the work schedule doesn't allow you to do it, and I'd go out and smoke 3. I'd puff 3 down pretty hard. Professional smoking is what I called it. But holy crap, they're going to get Monday to Friday because they don't want to smell like smoke. Is that why they're doing that?
Yeah. And
if you walk into a shop or a cessation place in the UK, whatever these things are called, and they know that you smoke a half a pack a day, here's a cig-alike. Let's try that first. That's the quickest, easiest way. You smoke 3 packs a day and they're non-filter. Jesus, here's 36 milligram, and here's a big device, and do your thing and see how that helps. Is it too strong? Let's drop the nicotine a little bit. There's such a it's a world of, oh my God, you have to know a lot of things, but it's really not that freaking hard if you know what you're talking about. And reading it on paper from a booklet that says, well, tell them this, and make sure you're convincing them that it's just nicotine, nothing else, is a lie. And that's not helping anybody. And you're right about the strength. You should never, ever, ever restrict strength, ever, for any reason. Period.
Well,
if you want me to harm, then I might agree with you.
But nicotine is people are going to naturally stop. Again, there are similarities with dependency on alcohol, or even with drinking alcohol. So, there's a level that you're going to stop because or you're going to pass out, or you're going to vomit, or there's a certain level. So people figure out their own level. Dependency, if we start getting into kind of addiction, so a harm reduction approach is what you're doing causing harm in your life. You can't do your job, you're not performing your obligations and duties as a parent. Is it harming you? You don't have the money, you're now stealing, so now we've got a problem. And so if something is not causing problems in somebody's life and it's not necessarily harming their health, we don't really need to be focusing on that. Who have you got this?
This is John Fell, and he says there's a study finds lower social acceptance of smoking and expansion of smoke-free legislation have contributed to increased social isolation and loneliness among smokers. Solution: more smoke-free legislation.
Yes, make it worse.
This is a longitudinal study done by Imperial College London, University of College London. It's smart people doing research here. They had 8,780 participants aged 50 and older. They were assessed for social isolation and loneliness over 12 years.
Wow.
The researchers found that current smokers were more likely to be socially isolated at the start of the study for isolation to increase over time and to live alone and have fewer social interactions with family, friends, and less frequent engagement with the community and cultural activities. And this remained even through the controlling factors of age, sex, and socioeconomic status. So, let's, find these people that smoke that are already damaged in some way, and let's make them more of a pariah.
Yeah. Let's put the boot in while they're down.
Evil smokers.
Yeah. And then there was a guy who just published a sort of opinion piece in New Zealand, and he said, I did tweet about it because he said it's about hatred. They hate people that smoke. It's about hatred. And unfortunately, having been in the sector, I know some of these people, and they've turned on me, and I can tell you, some of them, that they have a lot of hate in them. For various reasons, we won't get into sort of analyzing why is somebody so vicious? Why are they so vicious towards others? But, people are diverse, and some people are not nice, and some people have baggage, and some people are pretty vicious, and creating lepers in society, creating a group you can hate on, especially with our cancel culture, which is really encourages that kind of behavior of hating on people.
Just drawing lines because people have a different opinion. I'm going to keep drawing lines until I'm in a circle of lines that nobody can cross.
No, I mean, it's like I say, hurt people. So, unless they're going to go get, a lot of people get hurt. They don't go and get therapy. Not everybody who's been hurt becomes an abuser themselves, but a lot of people who were hurt themselves. And then they go and get jobs in education or public health or politics and take it out on everybody. That's, I've got another paper, but anyway, that's not published yet. There was one other paper I just had published that I did want to tell you about, but we might be running out of time. But I did talk to you about my robberies, the study I did on the robberies of tobacco in New Zealand, and I sent you the link for the paper. It just came out in December.
It's shareable, yes.
It's free. Everything all my scientific papers I pay so that they will be free and open access. So anyone can get the full paper for nothing. I sent you the link. Have you got that there?
Yep.
It was published in the Journal of Community Safety and Wellbeing. So it's our second paper looking at the causes of the robberies for tobacco and potential solutions. We analysed what all the commentators in the media were saying, what they thought the causes were, because we had this huge spike in aggravated robberies of our convenience stores, and they were going after the tobacco. And 100 shopkeepers were suffered physical injury in the attacks. 2 men lost an eye. They got slashed with machetes. They were ram raiding the stores with stolen vehicles. So a real attack on community well-being. And then this paper that I had published, I'm not sure if can you bring the paper up if you click on it and the PDF, because there's a model in there of.
Yeah, I thought Kevin was doing it, so I didn't do it.
He's put the link. So what we got from we analysed what all the commentators said. There were 3 groups of commentators, and so we categorised them into the elite, who pretty much set the policy. You've got the grassroots who are affected by the policy, so the victims of the attacks, and then there's kind of other stakeholders who, they either represent the retailers or against crime or things like that. Yeah. So if you go down, there's a model. I just want to, and as I said, this is free, and I hope it's sort of reasonably easy. That model there. So this. Okay. So this is a causal model based on what everyone was saying. I can see what model emerged or belief about how it all works. So you have a background environment. Some of them, especially the politicians, I'm going to move it so I can see it. The politicians were saying, oh, it's youth. They've got nothing to do. Oh, it's the people who are addicted to drugs and alcohol, and they're robbing the stores to get tobacco and then sell that and get money to pay for their drugs and alcohol. And then others said, oh, it's a complex problem, poverty and other economic and social determinants. So that's kind of your background, the environment. Then what happened? They introduced regulation. They introduced tobacco tax increases that basically made tobacco in New Zealand unaffordable for people in especially the fifth quintile, the lowest population groups. They could no longer afford that tobacco at the level they were using it at. And then the shopkeepers, so that's one set of regulation is the tobacco control regulation. Another set of regulation and laws determines how many police you have, how much money they have to do their job, what they're allowed to do as police. So that's the enforcement, what level of penalties they're allowed to enforce. So that's another level of policy. The unintended outcome was black market. And just to help everybody sort of understand that model. So have you seen this guy? So the pink bit, the person, this is the background environment. And then we add regulation. So regulation restricts things, it constrains behavior, and this is what happens. Craziness. I just thought this was a perfect kind of illustration.
That looks like me.
Yeah, you got your background, context, and then restrict things. I'm not strong enough to get it popping out. And this is the unintended negative effects. Crazy things can happen. And then the rest is really looking at what people thought the solutions needed to be, but there was a real mismatch.
This is hilarious.
Yeah.
But these are educated
measures. So that is not a prevention strategy.
What?
Self-defense measures.
Yeah. This is what the people said, and so you had the different groups. But there was a real mismatch between what they were saying. They kind of, in the end, they all came to the conclusion that the regulation caused the black market to increase. Okay, but what did they actually do to solve that? Most of the effort went into, it didn't go into more policing and enforcement. It didn't go into harsher penalties. It didn't go into addressing the economic and social determinants, as we were saying before. Why don't you do something about that? The drivers of why people smoke. It didn't do anything about that. They did stop the tobacco tax increase. Because everyone kind of came, by the end of the 2 years, they kind of all settled on, yeah, that did it. They didn't. But now they are looking at, I guess, sort of bans on where you can sell cigarettes, but that's just going to move the robbery to somewhere else. They didn't do any more crime prevention programs. So those are primary strategies. Where the focus went was in the second and the green lot, where what did they do? Where is it? Increase and improve security technology. So the government at the time put money into the stores that were most at risk of being hit. Well, put a fog cannon in. We'll subsidize the cost of a fog cannon. Do you know what fog cannons are?
No.
The panic button, and the shopkeeper's got to hit a panic button. The really piercing alarm is going to come on, and smoke, vapor is going to fill the store.
So that makes it harder for the person to see the person that's assaulting them, so that or for the police when they get there to assess
To
the
discern.
scene.
It makes it hard for the robbers, presumably, to see what they're doing. Improve store layout, so they had like people go in and say, now, like, why don't you take all these posters off the window, and then more people can see in and can see what's happening, so we'll be able to watch the robbery.
Yes.
Some of the cigarette vending machine companies were like, yeah, you need cigarette vending machines. Now, these vending machines dispense one packet at a time.
Uh-huh.
So they're locked in a cabinet and you can only get one pack out at a time. Not many of the small convenience stores can afford those. Many of them did get fog cannons because they were subsidized and they got a bit of a grant to help them, but they also had to put money in themselves. But you can see where tobacco control is going with, obviously we have sell alternatives to smoking, and then they're starting to look at sell cigarettes elsewhere. But they're really going to focus on the just get rid of the cigarettes altogether. So there was a real mismatch between what people understood as causing the robberies, the regulation, the tax, and what they suggested they would do. So,
because like all good government plans, it all starts and looks really good on paper.
So that just came out in December, and please, go have a click on it and have a look. At least some people are going to read my research, But it was, it's about, again, helping with that understanding, but at a deeper level. Politicians just have to be seen to be doing something.
Yeah.
They don't.
This sentence, one suggested situational change highlighted the level of grassroots despair and frustration was that retailers should be able to resort to self-defense. That isn't gonna reduce the number of robberies.
No. We were heading towards a situation where somebody was going to die, basically.
Yeah. So instead of addressing this, which we already said was let's teach these shop owners how to swing a baseball bat, because
no, they wanted guns. They wanted to be able to have guns.
Are guns legal in New Zealand?
No, not. You have
not
to have
handguns,
a license. Right? No, it's getting tougher, to have guns.
So it's not like Australia where they came and took everybody's guns.
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we had a kind of a hand them in thing. Yeah,
but it was voluntary.
Yeah, come and hand them in. Of course, all the gangs lined up to do that. And go put them. All the honest people who use guns for like recreational fun or killing rabbits or something. Like they all dutifully went in and handed in their old rifles and things. But yeah, so that just came out, as I said, in December, and I think, I hope that people like it. Everything helps to explain politics in a way. We need to understand how politics works, and why they're not doing what really needs, what will really work.
So taxes and prohibition really don't work.
Yeah, and yet so here, we had a negative effect of the increase of tax. I'm talking like really high levels of tax, to the point where people cannot afford to buy tobacco. And in the paper, I talk about how the tobacco became like a currency. People weren't even necessarily stealing the tobacco to smoke. They weren't even necessarily all the time stealing it to sell the packets, which they could sell they were selling them for like $10. So instead of $32, people could buy on the black market a packet of cigarettes for $10. No, they were stealing it because then they could trade on the black market for other goods. So it became a currency. It became like gold.
So they're demonizing the poor the first, if I remember right, 20%, or I'm sorry, the 30 through 50%, and they're squashing them with their boots on their necks.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the very, very few who are brave enough to go rob and maim and hurt and kill people, probably and possibly, are still going to do what they're going to do.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
Who do you hurt in the end? Who do you depress and suppress? And that is, and these are the same people who have those little pamphlets that say how to quit smoking, right? Generally.
Yeah.
So I love the irony of tobacco control as a whole. I love the irony. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And it's very, very appreciated that you share with us what you have and what you do.
Thank
it really
you.
is.
So to enroll in SQUIRAL, how do you enroll in SQUIRAL?
Yep, email me. People can email via the squirrel.net contact page and just say, I want to enroll. And then, or
everybody hit up Chugga.
Yeah, hit up Chugga.
Everybody hit up Chugga.
Yeah. And as I said, if you can, especially if you're working with different groups like you are, Patrick, it's I
have some patients that are in their 70s, 80s, and 90s that vape.
Wow, great.
And I didn't do it.
Okay.
I didn't do it.
Yeah.
There you go.
There's so how many? There's 80 million, however many people still smoke in the world. We get one person switch to vaping, as long as we make sure they're on their way, and it's great. Okay, if you need anything, come back, see me, but I've got to now turn back and help these people who are still smoking. Instead, they're all running after vaping, and they're all putting a lot of money and energy and staff time into fighting vaping. Well, what about how many is it? 80 million people who still smoke in the world? What about them? You help that person, go back and get another one, Instead, the whole river thing, it's I managed to get someone, I pulled them out of the river. Instead, they chase after them and okay, well, I saved your life. Now I want to change everything about it. And let's address your alcohol. Let's address what you're eating.
It says 1 billion.
Oh, 1 billion.
1 billion people that still smoke.
Yeah. And that has not changed in 30 years. It's still a billion. It was a billion. It's still a billion. Yeah.
Tobacco control is kicking ass.
Yeah. Stop it. That's the irony. Every time I see
they're doing such a good job.
Every time I see the deaths increase and the alleged deaths increase, every time I see Ash in the United States say we've been around, they have been around since I've been alive. They started in 1967. Don't you think there'd be some progress by now?
Kevin, don't lie. Don't lie. You've been around since 1880.
54 freaking years and you haven't figured this out? What are your accomplishments so far to date? Smoke-free laws and hate. That's what you've got so far.
Yeah, it's
crazy.
For many years we were if only many researchers have investigated so many, looking for not the magic bullet, but something that would be more effective. And they're not the ones that produced vaping. They're not the ones that created vaping. And then along comes just innovation in the marketplace, just another technology. We also had all of the evidence that sniffs worked, but no, you can't do that because that's a tobacco company. So
you read my mind. You actually just read my mind because I was going to say we don't mention snus enough.
We had something, but because it was owned by a tobacco company, Swedish Match, It wasn't approved. That's like saying, well, you have diabetes. There is actually, a cure, but we don't like the company behind the cure. So enjoy your life with diabetes and see you prematurely at the graveyard.
Yeah.
It's then
Exactly.
So again, we're back to it's about the politics. It's about commercial interests. The tobacco control sector are an industry.
Yeah,
there's a lot of money
big
pouring
business.
in there. Big business, yeah.
Big
Huge
business.
Yep, and it's an ecosystem. The tobacco industry, and then you have this reaction to it. It's an ecosystem. They're kind of codependent, really, and here they are, and just amazingly seeming to do everything that keeps the tobacco companies going. Like
it's crazy to me that you can hate an entity, a company, so badly that you'll hate the people that use the company.
Yeah.
In by default, everybody's evil. Everybody, no matter what, and that irks the shit out of me now more than it did when I smoked, because I didn't realize it when I smoked. I didn't care. You hate me, that's great. I'm going to go over here because that's where I'm designated to go. Now that I see how, I don't know how discriminatory is the only word I can use, how discriminatory it was, it pisses me off twice as much as it did when I did smoke. It's insane. And it's all the evil tobacco companies, because that's the public eye. But it's really about the people that they hate. They're anti-human.
Now, I said this a while ago on a show, and somebody actually got mad at me for saying it. But probably I said, look, I hear people all the time saying, well, they lied. The tobacco companies, they lied. Blah, blah, blah. They lied. And I'm like, okay, sure. At some point in the past, they did lie.
Sure.
But the Surgeon General report for us Americans, that's the gold standard. That's the bar with which we measure, even though the Royal College of Physicians, their report came out 2 years earlier. Is in what, 1968, Kevin?
1990, sorry, yeah.
61 for England, I think 63 for us, I think.
Okay, so
1964 was the U.S. Surgeon General.
Okay, 64, the U.S. Surgeon General. So anyone born after 1964 knows full well that smoking was bad for you. The tobacco companies lied to your grandparents.
Yeah.
And in some cases, they might have lied to your parents. But I don't think that there's anyone in this room. There might be one or two that are older than that.
What's a room?
The chat room.
Oh, okay.
They didn't lie to most of the people in the chat, and they didn't lie to, they lied to your parents, your grandparents. Yeah. And the people that told those lies are dead and gone.
I just want to pick up on one of your points, Patrick. You said that, like 1964, the Surgeon General's report came out, smoking kills. That really was a milestone. And Carl Phillips and I have another paper coming out January, February. Yep. And we talk about that. Now, that was a huge milestone because it was broadcast around the world on, so yes, you had your UK Royal College of Physicians report a couple of years before, but it didn't get the global, worldwide media attention that this US Surgeon General's report did. So that the launch of that report was beamed into the households that had a TV. And so this is where it wasn't actually everyone that got the message. So, yep, people with a TV, doctors got the message. Now, just as an concrete example of what happened here, I've already shown you the difference between the Māori smoking rates I didn't actually show you the difference between the Māori and the New Zealand European rates, but for example, Māori women is like down to 24%, let's say.
So
New Zealand,
you mentioned Carl, and I just
yep.
Carl's sick. Carl's got the COVID.
The long COVID.
Long COVID. Is he tweeting that?
Yeah,
he did.
All right.
He said he fell so he wouldn't, or he dropped to the ground so he wouldn't fall from passing out.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I told him I love to hate him and hate to love him.
So despite that, he has written a paper which is going to be coming out January, February, soon, hopefully, anyway, fairly soon in research terms. So you had this US Surgeon General's report, and then you can see the smoking rates start to come down, but not for everyone. Not everyone got the message. So in New Zealand, the tobacco control, the first national big smoke out anti-smoking campaign, a big national campaign, the first one was 1984. And before that, there was just sort of little stuff. So in 1984, they did a big campaign. Now, who was the target audience for that, do you think?
Teens.
1980. No.
No?
1984
was our first national
in New Zealand?
In New Zealand, anti-smoking campaign.
Wasn't Maori women?
No.
For sure, because the numbers don't show that. I mean, even though they are the highest from the charts that you showed.
That's right.
Senior citizens.
White people.
To be more specific, white men, because they had the highest rates of heart disease at that time. They made up the most people, not the most people having heart attack at that time. So white men were the first target audience. And if you know anything about campaigns or reaching your audience, you need to communication 101. So white male smoking rates came down first. There was no campaign targeting Māori for another 20 years. Nothing.
Wow. They saw progress in that campaign, but they didn't further it.
Well, yeah, they had their target audience, and then eventually, So I was the first Māori person to get to work full time on this issue in New Zealand. That was 30 years ago.
You're such a trendsetter.
Not everybody got the message, and that's still the way. It's about health access, isn't it? It's about health education campains.
Isn't there like a World Health Organization treaty about health or something where all people are supposed to be treated, reach the same level of medical care and
discriminatory.
And, oh, wow. There's also a thing about
people behind.
Informed information, equal access to information, and same quality of care. That they have a right to make decisions about their health. I seem to remember something about that.
Wow.
Yeah. So again, it all comes back to who's in power and who's making the decisions. And one of my mentors, Murray Logerson, he was the expert at the time, and it depends, So unfortunately, in New Zealand, most of the people in public health are white, middle to upper class people, and they still channel the resources to the majority. Who are the majority in New Zealand? I think it's 75% of people who live in New Zealand are the white New Zealand Europeans. So if you take a utilitarian approach and focus on, well, look, don't worry about that group over there that are going to be hurt. Most people are going to benefit from prohibition of tobacco and nicotine. But that's most people is the New Zealand European, and any utilitarian approach when you have a diverse society where you have marginalized groups, where you have, many different ethnic groups who maybe, some of them don't even read English. Unless you're going to produce a resource and you're going to fund messengers, the messengers that can reach those people. But no, in New Zealand, most of the people who work in public health are middle-class women who used to be teachers, and they're the ones out there doing the health promotion work. We have a lot of Māori now. We do have a lot of Māori working in there, but they get told what to say. And it's the same.
Well, that's that philanthro-colonialism thing going on.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, so clever, you guys. So wonderful.
Is it that they think that the middle class white male would influence the under people? Or did they really just not know or care?
No, they want the jobs. They want the jobs for
the second part. The second part, Kevin. They didn't care. They didn't care.
Bob's going to quit smoking, so everybody's going to quit. That's what the theory sounds like to me. That's all.
I think the theory, it's what you said, Patrick. What did you say about? I know I've forgotten where we were going with that. And that story. Oh, you said, the U.S. Surgeon General's report came out.
Yeah.
It said smoking kills. So, everybody knows. Know. So if you don't do what you should do, it's your fault. It's your fault.
There is a certain amount of self-responsibility. I mean, you have to accept some of the responsibility. It's
if you
not,
know.
Well, yeah. But here in the States, and the people that are always bitching about the tobacco companies being evil and it's their fault because they lied.
Yeah.
Those are typically my vaping advocates. People that, and I'm like, no. You have to claim some of the responsibility. Yes, I knew when I smoked my first cigarette that smoking was bad for me.
Yes,
I knew that.
Yep.
And they didn't lie to me. I knew that because it was printed by the time I started smoking. I know that Kevin's older and may not have been on there, but there was a thing on the side of the cigarettes that said cigarettes bad for you. But I still did it. So I have to claim some of the responsibility for my decision.
No, now, I was 9. I have no responsibility at 9.
Well, you couldn't read until you were like 12 or 14 anyway. But I have to say that some of that, I mean, I was stupid and 12 years old, but it's still some of my responsibility. I had stress and things, and I'm not going to go into that, but
no, it was the nicotine got into your brain.
That's right.
And corrupted your brain, so that was a whole nother theory.
Is that how I became an evil genius, though? Is the nicotine has actually helped me become an evil genius. So I'm going to be the guy I'm going
to mute myself.
So I want to ask you a question. I think we have to be vigilant about companies and their interests, and that they may not have the consumers' interest necessarily at heart. We do need to.
They have the investors' well-being at heart.
That's right.
And
so we
that is their fiduciary responsibility as a corporation. Now, there are a whole lot of these companies are putting forth some sort of social impact, and they're trying to be corporate responsibility and all that stuff. But ultimately, it is still their fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders to make money for it. It's actually, there are laws in place.
That's right.
That require businesses that are publicly traded to make decisions that will benefit the people that are invested in the business. Now, right. I mean, we have what these ESG funds now that are that the U.S. government are putting in play to spread around to businesses to make less than profitable decisions because of social stuff like global warming. If you make choices that you're going to hire more people of color or more LGBTQ plus whatever, they actually get they actually get a check for doing that.
Okay.
So they can make those. Yeah. So that is a reality. That is something that happens now. Your factory can be less profitable if you install solar panels, but we're going to give you a check for that. There's billions and billions of dollars into that. But by and large, it is the corporation's responsibility to make money.
Yeah. Why isn't anyone asking why tobacco control are not focusing on the biggest tobacco companies in the world whose product reaches the majority of people who smoke in the world?
Well, because those are communist China. Those are some of the
India tobacco, Japan
those are
tobacco.
companies that are owned by the countries. They're allowed to go to meetings that that none of us can. We can't get into COP, but they can get into COP, even though they own tobacco companies. How is that?
And there's like 80 million of the billion, 80 million are in low middle income countries or are buying the product of those companies. So when are we going to do something about that?
Well, we have been yelling about that forever.
Vaping.
The royal we, I don't know, because they don't have any interest in doing that, because more than likely nobody wants to take China on, for one thing. They produce everything. And if you piss them off and they cut off your supply of X, Y, or Z product, you're fucked.
Everything. And we went to buy a frying pan today. I'm sick of those non-stick. It never lasts. So
cast iron.
We went to buy a frying pan, and every frying pan was made in China. And so we just walked away. It's like, so now we've been spending time. Is there a company in New Zealand that makes frying pans? It's like,
I can suggest some American-made cast iron.
Okay.
It's the best cookware ever, and it lasts forever. And once they're seasoned, nothing sticks to them.
Yeah, it's that whole thing about obsolescence, built-in obsolescence. So create products that are going to fail, and then people have got to buy another one. So
I won't even suggest the $5,000 pot set that my wife bought. They're American made, called Salad Master, but they do have a lifetime warranty.
Wow.
So did Jamie Oliver's one, and that pan's already no.
Well, this
good
company's
anymore.
actually here in Texas, and I know the president of the company, so I can go get my shit. But oh damn, we've been here 3.5 hours, Marewa.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
I know that's. Well, this is because normally, you didn't get me on before, and then by the time you get me on, there's so much to share with you. I got a paper out, I've got a new course,
no. Kevin and I are always here for 3.5 hours. It's just that usually the first time we had you on for like 4 hours, and the next time you sent me a text message. You're like, I'll be more than happy to come on again, but let's limit it to an hour.
Well, it's because I'm still on holiday and it's Saturday here, but it is summer, and I guess I should go and sort of pat the sheep or something.
You gotta go take your daughter to the beach or something.
Oh no, she's of an age now. She's going to take herself to the beach, and
she doesn't want to hang out with mom anymore.
No, she's got her own. She's got a car, and she's got but she's got her job, and
see, I don't think
I should have more time.
In my mind, your daughter's only like 7 or 8 years old, because you're not old enough to have an older, like a full-grown person daughter.
I think it becomes a point where, you know, you're just triggering people to go, nah, she's a lot older than that, Patrick. And then, you know, so I hate this vax passport thing. You know, the vax passport
We don't have
thing?
I have a card with all of the information
You
for my
don't have
shots.
to do it.
No. I mean,
We have
You're
to
talking
show
about, do we
it.
have to? No, we don't have to show it anywhere. Unless you're going to get on an airplane.
No, we have to show the vax passport to go if you want to eat inside a cafe or a restaurant, if you want to go to the movies, dancing the other night, dancing just started up again, had to show it. And what I hate most about it is that it has your name, it has your date of birth, and the QR thing. And I thought, well, I'll just redact the date of birth thing. And but no, it pops up on their app on their phone. So I'm like, I don't.
No, we don't have any of that. I mean, I'm in Texas, so we never really shut down. I mean, restaurants did close their dining rooms. The bars had limited capacities and things like that. But they just limited the number of people in public venues. We never shut anything down here in Texas. Texas and Florida are like sort of marching to their own beat, but nobody, as far as I know, is required to have a vaccine passport or.
Oh no, this is, you know, like if you don't, so a whole lot of, well, not a whole lot of people, apparently we have 95% uptake, but it was basically made mandatory. And if you didn't do it, you would lose your job. You can't go to, as I said, restaurants, the gym, you know, you can't go to anything. You can only stand outside.
Obviously in healthcare, some hospitals required their staff to get it. It was voluntary for us. The only difference was if you said no, then you had to wear the mask.
Wow.
Well, we're still mandatory mask anyway inside of our healthcare buildings, so it really doesn't matter. I mean, I have all three of mine. I got my booster on Wednesday. Wednesday. And I had a little sore spot on my arm. My wife punched me a bunch of times. She thought it would be funny.
Good.
There's no respect for sort of privacy anymore. It's like, people go around it. It's like somebody asked me and I said, well, it's none of your business. It's like, you're going to go around and say, well, if you had your smear this year, you had your breast checked, like, had your prostate checked?
Kevin, did you get your anally invaded this year?
Do you like anal?
Did you get the digital?
Exactly,
did you get digitally probed?
This is nobody's business. It's like you're not allowed to have privacy anymore. We had a health provider, a Māori tribal health provider, demand that the government give them the names and addresses of every Māori person in the country who had not had their vaccinations. Now, we have a system whereby you register with your medical health provider. You register with them. And here was one I was not registered with, and I even know some of them that work there, and they applied to the government. They demanded that the government give them the name of everybody. I was like, that's wrong. I'm not registered with them. I'm not going to register with them because I know some of them anyway. And I have my health provider I've registered with, and I never gave permission for this guy I know to get access to my information. And the government had to hand it over. It's like that they said no, that's a breach of the privacy, but in the end they had to hand it over. A couple of other tribes said, no, you're not having our people's names. So then they'd say, okay, well, these two tribes won't let you have their people's names, but we have to give you everything else. The court said that the government had to hand it over. It's like, wow. So yeah, there's a hashtag. I think it's something like Hellhole New Zealand or something. But it's the pro loss of freedom, the pro mandate group, and
We had-
they're always tweeting hellhole New Zealand with beautiful scenes, and it's so hellhole here.
At the end of the scope thing, we did the goodbye scope, the final, the wrap up show. And I just popped in for a few minutes. Dr. Sussman was on there, and, he was like, oh, well, America is the bastion of freedom and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, but you got to realize that 50% of the country has voluntarily handed over the ability to make choices for themselves. Like they're more than willing to walk into the embrace of mother no, because that they just want people to tell them no. So I don't know that America is the bastion of freedom that it should be and that it once was, because people are just willing to hand away their choices.
Yep.
And here too, that's right. In the colonies, we're all the same. It's all coming from, wherever.
It's like all these people that are begging for socialism.
Yeah.
And I'm like, every one of you kids out there that is wearing a Che Guevara shirt, you do realize that he personally assassinated homosexuals. All of you lefties, I don't want to get too, but he was as militant about certain social things that you are so pro, and you're walking around with a Che Guevara shirt on. And I'm like, he killed people that thought the way that you think. So
they
why
probably
are
just
you?
think that's fake news, you're a conspiracy theorist or something. Like, that's what happens to us with vaping, and we're back to don't look up. It's, who of all the people who are claiming to be experts, and in my prediction for 2022, I do predict that more of the anti-vaping scientists, and the evidence is getting so strong now, the weight of evidence that vaping saves lives, that people are switching, is getting to a point where I think there will be some more scientists that will start to go, okay, I'm just going to stop saying anything anti-vaping. And then they work their way around, and then they're going to come out and say, oh yeah, I've been fighting for this for years. And because it will get to a point where they're like, okay, now I'm going to appear, no, I'm just not going to say anything anymore because the science actually supports the other side. Then how many people are going to come out and say, oh, I was wrong? I mean, I've done that. I realized that we got to a point in tobacco control where a lot of stuff we were doing is going down. That's not what I got into it for. I'm here to prevent disease and death, not tell people that they have to live in a particular sort of white European way,
I'm reading this right now. This is not a public health book. This is a military history book.
Wow.
But this is the story of 20,000 Greek soldiers trapped behind enemy lines in Persia and their march to freedom. I'm not suggesting that you read this book if you're not interested in this topic, but you should definitely read history.
Yes. Yeah. But now there's different versions of history.
This is actually history written by Xenophon, who was actually there, and this is a new translation of the Greek text.
Cool.
I suggest actually reading history books produced by people that were there. That way, revisionists can't come in and change history. You can do all you want to ignore what happened before and repeat the same mistakes over and over again. Prior to the stream, Marewa and I were talking because Kevin was late again, as normal. And I was saying, we're at the time, I think we've been doing this for a decade now. I've been here since 2010. So that means that I've been here 12 years. I think after 12 years of using the same strategies, the same talking points, that it's time for us to maybe change the dialogue. And I said, and I've said this before, I think we need to start talking about destigmatizing, spending our time and effort destigmatizing nicotine, getting them to actually agree that nicotine is what it is in reality and not doesn't cause cancer. It's not nearly as addictive as heroin. I actually have patients that are heroin addicts, and I can tell you, if I gave them the struggle to quit smoking or the struggle to quit heroin, they would pick the struggle to quit smoking over heroin any day of the week. But we need to talk about we need to take the venom away from their argument about nicotine. Then we can fight for whatever delivery method we want to talk about. But we need to get these people to at least admit that they maybe inflated the dangers of nicotine. We've got scientists, we've got Paul Newhouse, who has been studying nicotine and how it works in the brain, how it works in the body for 30 or 40 years now.
Yeah.
So and he's not the only one. He's just the one that I know right off the top of my head because I've read a lot of his work. But we need to get those people in the forefront. We need to get these other, scientists that maybe are I've talked to, not, I don't do it all the time, but neuroscientists who will say nicotine's not the problem. Like Ray Nyora, who is not a neuroscientist, but was the head of one of these anti-vaping groups or anti-smoking groups. Truth. He's out here. He was head of Truth. He's out here preaching the gospel of vaping and harm reduction. We can't get none of these assholes to even acknowledge harm reduction anymore.
No,
and then,
no. Well,
I shouldn't say
they're actually
anymore.
they're taking the word and corrupting it now. So they're trying to change the meaning of the word harm reduction. So they're actually trying to say that prohibition is harm reduction because it's going to reduce harm. But harm reduction is it's not just a word. You've got harm reduction where I wear a helmet when I ride my motorbike. Okay.
No, but have we ever even actually gotten any of them to find an example of where prohibition actually worked in any?
Well, it depends how you define worked.
Success.
Yeah, I was interviewed by the media about will this proposal the government's putting forward, the new law they're proposing to bring in this year, will it work? And I will. Depends, like anything will work if you don't care what's actually going to happen to people. Yep. If you don't care about the negative consequences, if you don't care that some people, I think you throw everyone who has a current mental health condition or a combination of mental health conditions who currently smoke into cold turkey.
60% of all cigarettes sold in the world are sold to neurodiverse or people with mental issues.
Yep.
So you throw them into cold turkey when you take the nicotine out and they can't buy an alternative. Okay, yep. Yes, they can buy vaping, but they're going to do away with that as well eventually here anyway, if that's what their plan. But you throw them into cold turkey, I predict that we will see some, increase in psychosis. We possibly may see an increase in suicide rates. We will see an increase in use of other substances that are illegal, other drugs that are illegal but are available on the black market, whereas what they do to prevent tobacco being on the black market may be a lot tougher. They don't care about them because they're recalcitrant, they're naughty, they're bad people. And they should have, as you said, everyone knows it kills. If you bought this on yourself, it's your own fault. So what we do to you if you don't toe the line, then bad luck. And that's what politicians here say. That's their thinking.
Yep.
Well, you knew what the consequences would be if it's your choice. After having said you don't have the ability to choose because you've used nicotine and nicotine's corrupted your brain, so you've lost all ability to actually choose whether to smoke or use nicotine or not. Like it's the contradictions.
We're going to do it for you.
Yeah. Anyway, I probably will go now, and because it's getting on towards dinner time here in New Zealand, and thank you so much for giving me a platform and a chance to share some of my research. I really, really appreciate it because I'm still blacklisted, and there are many people in tobacco control.
You're not on our blacklist.
Yeah. Thank you. There shouldn't be blacklists for scientists. Look up, people, look up.
Yes. You're on our angel
list. I enjoyed that movie, and I hope that, well, I can't talk about the ending in case people haven't seen it, but yeah. Thank you everyone else for joining on the chat, and I see some people have popped off.
Yeah, we lost a couple people, but that's okay. They can watch the replay. And there were a lot of latecomers, Breeze Tones and David Moyle, and a few of you guys just popped in recently. I see you.
Yep. Skip's in there.
Yeah, Skip. Well, but what do you call her, Kevin?
Cranky old broad.
She had to take a nap.
I ain't scared of her.
And thank you guys for keeping on with this, and you remembered Dave Dawn, and I used to go on his Vapor Trails program in 2015, 2016. And it's really important what you do, as I said, without consumers actually standing up for themselves. Vaping would have been banned a long time ago, and we still are not out of the woods. They're just changing the way they're talking about it. And it's about hearing the words, but what's actually the message they're trying to get across. So deconstructing, as I said, words like recalcitrant, look at the words they use to describe people who smoke. And that's that fighting that stigmatizing of people, weaponizing words like addiction. Yeah. So I shall love you and leave you, and thank you again very much. And if anyone joins up to Squirrel, thank you very much.
Remember to reach out to Yolanda Jaffers on Facebook with private messages. Just constantly message her until she gets you signed up.
Yeah, okay. That'll be great. It's I hope that 2022 is going to be a lot easier for a lot of people. And
ma'am,
let's pray.
Yeah,
and they're thanking you in the chat
Otherwise,
as well.
we'll all be moving to Texas.
You can come here. It's cheap to live here too.
Wow. Any I'm not.
We don't even pay state income tax here.
I see tweets of people lots of people are tweeting about, I'm going to move to Florida, I'm going to move to Texas.
Don't go to Florida. It's too many people with mullets, and they do have a huge opiate problem. So
it's the mullets you got to worry about.
Yeah, just saying. Just come to Texas.
And how do we order those T-shirts, the one you're wearing, and are they for sale or?
They are for sale. The link is on. I had placed it in the chat room a while ago.
Oh, that's where the bands are as well, or?
No, the bands are on Vape Band. The T-shirts are on Teespring, which is a company that I don't have to buy the T-shirts. I can design the T-shirts, and they will print them on demand. And I know that they ship to New Zealand because Tom got some.
Oh, okay.
So Tom is a huge supporter. I love Tom. He's one of the only people that I know of that has actually bought the vape bands. And I will throw the link for the vape band in the chat room there. but it's just vapeban.com. But there is a coupon code this weekend for 30% off all of the products that we've generated with Vape Band. It's just Son of Liberty Radio, no spaces. Any money that comes from that will help us further the mission of the show. So that's important. But there it is. Boom. The t-shirts are cool though. I'll show them again real quick. Obviously there's the old shirts that everybody's seen, but this is the new version of nicotine enhanced. And then there's I like this one. This is more like a 1980s sort of vibe. The nicotine nerd. And the pirate, walk the plank, take my vape, walk the plank, skull and crossed mods. And there's 4 or 5 other designs that are old, but these are the new ones. So, yeah, there's Tom Morowitz. He actually decided to speak.
Yep, he's been on there the whole time. Hi, Tom. Yeah.
But yes, obviously we're very partial to the hashtag clusterfuck vape band for Judy G.
Yeah.
We love Judy G. So yeah.
So the other thing that's sort of talking about Judy, because I really miss so much. I miss catching up with the global tobacco harm reduction community who can get together at the Global Forum on Nicotine. And so we're really hoping that we will be able to, those of us who can, meet there this year. And they're now open for registrations. So that's Global Forum on Nicotine. The June conference is open now for people to register. And it will be a hybrid event, so you can watch from home. So
I promised Jeffrey that I was coming to Panama for something next year.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh, the next year
or the year after next.
Oh, the COP.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
We're gonna go and we're gonna raise some hell in Panama.
What?
Yeah.
We could have a bot shit band.
That's in our hemisphere. We have to go, Kevin.
It's not far for you. It's not far for you.
And I know where there's some very nice drinking establishments in Panama.
I ain't going anywhere with you and drinking.
You can have coffee.
Oh.
I just get fired up and that'll just make me scream louder.
Oh, here comes.
Because we're not going to be allowed to get in. But if you've ever seen the protests in Central and South America, they're going to show up.
I've seen. I've heard.
Some of those, I mean, there's, some of those I've seen thousands and thousands and thousands of people on the streets for vaping demonstrations, for vaping protests. Like some of the videos that I've seen, those guys are willing to fight for what they believe in. So yeah, I want to go. Get arrested in a third world country? No,
don't do that.
Not me. I ain't sending no bail money.
So
I actually would have a better chance because I still have a card in my wallet that says United Nations.
I don't.
Okay, so I'll love you and leave you now. And I'll just leave studio, wave goodbye to everybody, and
anytime next time I won't forget 3 weeks.
Okay, we'll just keep saying hey, don't forget us.
Thank you for all you do, Dr. Glover, and thank you.
So as I said, we've got another paper coming out, I think end of January. It's a January-February issue.
We should get Carl to come on too.
Yeah, that would be. You could get Carl on to talk about his analysis he's done. Very interesting.
I don't know if Carl seems kind of aggressive in Twitter sometimes, even to us.
Especially to us.
He's not nearly as friendly as Brad Rodew.
Okay. Yeah, don't let him scare you. He's been at this a lot longer than, well, you know.
I'm going to tell him you called him old.
I was at a conference, I think probably in the 1990s, a world conference or a Society for Research on Nicotine and Tobacco. I can't remember which one it was, but I was sitting there dutifully, comfortable in the echo chamber, and there was this guy sitting along the row from me, and he was muttering away all the time, how he is on Twitter, and he was muttering away and disagreeing with what people were saying. And I thought, oh, this is interesting that they let someone in who disagrees. What he's disagreeing with.
Well, now they don't.
No, now they don't. But that I think I talked with him, tried to figure out what it was, and he's been trying to get tobacco control to stick to the science. He's very, very critical of poor scientific methodology. He is like that. But I mean, we need scientists like that. If no scientist is brave enough to say your methodology stinks, that isn't even, what you've done isn't even a study. It's like an opinion piece. You went out and found people who all agree with you, and then you say, oh, we did a stakeholder survey and 97% said, like there was one here in New Zealand, they went out and they interviewed pharmacies. Would you like, what do you think about selling tobacco? Would you sell tobacco if we took it away from the dairy, from the convenience stores? And then their study said something like 60 or 70 or 80, a majority of pharmacies said they would stop tobacco. How many pharmacies did they visit in one city? Like 10? It's
they actually, cigarettes in the pharmacy at Walgreens and CVS used to be cheaper than the convenience store.
Yeah, well,
so I used to buy a lot of cigarettes at Walgreens and CVS.
Yeah, so they don't sell it here, but
not anymore. They don't sell them here either.
No, that's what tobacco control we're pushing. It's important to have people like Carl, but he's. Yep. I think we could say he's jaded. He's been at it a long time. He's suffered a lot of the same exclusion and identity distortion and stuff that that I and Brad have. If you disagree with them, well, you're in for it. But he's really sharp on pointing out really poor methodology, and I've appreciated being able to check what I'm doing with him.
That's the point. Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah.
If you as an educated person can't learn from another educated person, what are you doing? Why are you there?
We're going to put science out there, and we're going to rely on anonymous peer reviewers. And gosh, some of the peer reviews we get of our work is that they clearly know nothing about what they're reading, and let alone they actually want us to take our paper and regress it to like student level work. It's just shocking. So if you want to make sure that what you're putting out there for publication is robust and it's going to stand up to criticism, well, you couldn't have anyone better than Carl on your side or review it before it goes anywhere. So I do appreciate Carl a lot, and I'm really looking forward to this exciting paper that has been accepted and will come out and will be of great interest to you and your audience.
Sweet.
So
we always like having more info. That's the one product that we're good at selling.
Yeah, and And Carl is. I think it'd be a good idea for you to get him on. Yeah.
If you'll hang out with two chuckleheads for a couple hours,
maybe.
Okay, guys. Thank
Good
you
night,
so much.
or
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Chugga and Rooney. See you later. I'm going to push the red button with the cross now. Okay.
bye.
I love that woman.
Me too. We always have a much better show when it's somebody other than just us.
Smarter and geez.
Better looking. Friendlier.
Not an old curmudgeon like you.
I'm a young curmudgeon. I don't know what you're talking about.
Get Carl's ass on this fucking thing.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah.
He said something about. He had a tweet about Jerry.
Didn't he block you at one point or something? Or
no. He said something. I'd have to look. He said something about if people liked what people tweet, but hate sometimes what they tweet. And then under it, he put, "I hope somebody thinks that about me." And I said, "I'd love to hate you and hate to love you, Carl. I'll bite."
So,
what?
Kevin,
what?
You haven't been here for like.
I know.
2
I saw
weeks.
you had some beautiful people on last week. I didn't see the one before.
Are you saying that the people that I had on Christmas Eve were not pretty?
I didn't see the one before. I clearly stated that.
Why would you ignore my show? Like you're supposed to be part of the team.
Because I got little Logan running around.
You have all sorts of time to watch the replay, though.
Well, it's 2:00 in the damn morning when I'm wide awake.
Well, yeah,
because I couldn't sleep. And I thought, well, it popped right up on my.
We had amazing call-in guests both days.
Both times.
Both times. I actually put the link in the chat room and had people come in and talk, say hello. Shannon was one of those people.
Mm-hmm.
Skip didn't come. Skip was chicken.
Was it Jennifer?
Jennifer was last week.
Okay.
Yeah, Nick. Did Nick come? Yeah, Nick came in. We were talking about Christmas, and we were talking about.
I did see that then. I saw
it. Then bunches of people. Bunches and bunches of awesome people came in and said hello, and they talked about good things on Christmas. And on New Year's, we talked about resolutions and being, resolute.
Yeah.
I didn't make any New Year's resolutions.
Me neither.
I did. I said I was going to drink more. Is what I said.
I want to be more about just as much like Betty White as I can be. That's all. That's the only resolution.
Well, you're already there halfway. You're old, but you're not a woman.
Halfway to 108.
That was a sad day. Somebody else died. I just saw somebody else died too.
Sidney Poitier.
Yeah, Sidney Poitier died today. He was an amazing actor. He's in one of my favorite movies of all time. It's a movie called Sneakers with Robert Redford and Dan Aykroyd and Jason Statham. Not Jason Statham. Strathern. He plays a blind guy. River Phoenix was in that movie. It was a movie about guys whose job was to break into banks to find the flaws in their security systems.
Yeah.
It's a good
Did you see the Nick father came in, by the way?
I ignore him.
Oh, he's on Facebook. That's right.
He's got a little blue icon beside his name, so I'm not paying attention to him.
And some of the comments you guys had on YouTube were unbelievably good, but I wasn't trying to interrupt.
I haven't heard since the mass reportage of stuff. I need to actually I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos, and I need to give some people in here like wrenches, because apparently a lot of YouTube channels are getting what's the word? Russian porn bots.
Oh goodness.
So I'm gonna just randomly pick a few people that are here now. So that way, when if the Russian porn bots show up, they can actually remove those comments.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Most of the people that are in here are always here, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. I'll even make Troop one.
Did you make it clear that we love our audience?
I always love well, some of them.
No, except for the Russian bots.
Well, we may not even be big enough and important enough to get them, but
now I want them.
You know, I can't get people to actually subscribe to the show. So
Shannon just said, "Oh, I figured that you would want those."
Well, I already have them on my bookmarks.
Well, Chris is a Russian porn bot.
I'm even going to make Janine one. I think I've randomly selected 10 people now.
There you go.
Just in case.
Mm-hmm.
There. I just scrolled through the chat and randomly selected a bunch of people. That way, if the porn bots show up,
they have powers they don't even know about.
They can remove the porn bots. The porn bots.
Jeez.
Apparently, there was a mass attack this week.
I didn't know that was a thing.
I haven't seen any. So either YouTube has already fixed them, or we're not important enough.
I'll find out if we have any blocked comments this week, because I've made enough comments to find out for Facebook.
You would know immediately because they wouldn't show up. If I haven't seen anybody say, "Why are my comments not showing up?" So
yeah.
I imagine who I actually have gotten to the point now where I think somebody was doing it.
Probably
somebody was just sitting there lurking and reporting comments.
That damn troop.
Could be.
Chris, so now he's typing in Russian. Oh my god.
Yeah. It's on Facebook though, so that's the Russian porn bot is on YouTube. So I guess we've reached the end of the river here at 4 hours and 9 minutes, Kevin.
Yeah.
What do you got to say? How do you want to say goodbye to our friends tonight?
I got to take longer naps to stay up this late.
Take your Geritol. You're always picking on Skip for being old and cranky. And
Ed's old. There was a survey from Nicotine Safer Wiki Nicotine.
Yes, we shared it.
And
Richard tagged us and shared it.
I told Ed you could scroll back to 1900, do the best you can. So yeah. I hope everybody had a great holiday. I hope everybody was safe and happy, and they have grandkids like me or grandchild like me. And then we'll see what happens next week. We can maybe hit one of those from this week.
You want to hit? I snuck in as many in as I could.
I know you did. The bird thing was awesome. I love that. Skip's been extra cranky. See?
Well, it's because she wasn't getting her Kevin fix.
And there is a clip of Betty White herself saying, "I'm a cranky old broad." I saw it, I heard it, and I was like, "Oh, there's Skip's doppelganger thingy, whatever they call it."
So, do I need to put Yolanda's contact information in the chat room so that everybody can...
I think you should. Why not?
I wouldn't do that.
Go to
SQUIRAL. I gave her a wrench. I don't want to. She'll be able to delete it now.
Which I'll do tomorrow. Go to SQUIRAL, take your thing, give some feedback.
You got to apply, Kevin.
Yeah.
We weren't important enough. We were not important enough to get a pre-launch invitation.
Skip needs that clip. It was in a montage of clips, Skip, but I heard it.
Yes. So I just, it's new year, 2022. I don't think the shit's going to get any better right away. Do what you can do. Save as many people as you can. Keep fighting. All the stuff. Get louder, as Troop would always say, louder.
Yep.
We have to amplify ourselves as much as possible, because the people we're fighting for are still dying, and the people we're fighting against are standing by and watching it happen. So enjoy your weekend. Try not to have too much fun.
Correct.
If there's such a thing as too much fun. And we'll be back in 7 days with some more shenanigans. But I will leave us tonight with Dr. Charles Gardner telling Kevin and I that he doesn't like us.
Hello, let me just say I don't like either of you.
Well, that's understandable.